start this thing called a stream, see where it goes. Hey, look at that, transcoding again. I'm so lucky. I think it's starting at the same time, same day. Get the same results every day. All right. Welcome, everybody. This is stream number 392. And Workrave is running. I just didn't click the button. There we go. Uptime label is missing. Thank you. I'm still starting up the stream. Still starting things up. I have yet to automate a few of these things. I also need to put the link in Discord. Today I'm going to continue practicing Rust by working on the command line tools for my game and trying to port them to Rust. I think it's a great exercise because they're standalone. They are not that complicated, but what they do is important, and they will hopefully cover every concept. Oh, and we have a cat ascending the tower too. Okay, I need to do a few things though. I need to go into my Discord and put in an announcement. So I'm continuing my Rust exercises from yesterday, porting some of my game's command line tools from Python to Rust. And then a link. Okay, there we go. It's in the Discord. So hello there, Nui, and 715209, and 28 Strike, hello. Okay. Everything all set up? I always forget something. Although Nui's helping me remember these things. Give a point to Nui. 259 points. Just racking up those points. Okay, where I left off yesterday, I was moving, well, not moving. I was porting some code from this item script that deals with locating items in the game that are missing or can't find where they are. And hold on, let me get oriented here. I guess we could start with the main program. And let me get the shell out. So I actually need to run it from the secrets folder. So item script find like rusty iron key. Runs Python to connect to the game and authenticate, and then download all the items in the game to find the item we're looking for, right? So items Rust is going to do the same thing, only I am not putting the command word in there yet. And why didn't that work? Did I clean the build or something? It's always something. Tools Rust, find item, target, debug. Oh, it's missing. I guess I need to run it. Cargo build. I don't remember cleaning the build, but I guess I must have, because it's now building everything. Okay then, anyway. So it does some of the things that the Python script do. In addition, it was printing out stuff so that we could see that the Python script didn't. And so let's compare. So the item script in Python checks to make sure that you gave it a realm name, and then this part we're skipping because we're not porting that part yet, but we open our configuration file, parse it as JSON, make sure that the realm that's put on the command line is in the configuration, and then we run this context object, right? So the same thing is in Rust too. We also look at our command lines, make sure that a realm name was given, and we read in the configuration file and parse it from JSON. Make sure that the realm that we say is in there, and then run the configuration object. And then the next level is this context has some common code, and the gist of it is that it sets up a WebSocket and connects to the game using the host name and public port from the configuration. and then when connected, it requests to authenticate and then handles any messages that come from the server. And the one commonly handled one is the auth challenge. And we haven't, this is where we're going to begin today because this isn't in the Rust yet. So the Rust version has the same connecting to the server using WebSocket. And in this case, it's harder to read because it's not WebSocket Connect, it's Tungstenite Connect. But you can see the same WebSocket over secure transport there. And then here's the send of the authentication request. And then here's the same loop where we're interpreting messages from the server. And right now we're just printing out the message we received. So what I need to have it do, similar to the Python, is to parse the message type and then call the correct handler based on the message type. Hey there, man. Oh, Mans gave me a tip in Discord yesterday I need to look into. And hey there, Batata Still Papa, and Slick Fur, and Retsubaka. Use Tungstenite as WebSocket. Right, so I could rename this if I wanted. From Tungstenite to WebSocket, sure. That's okay. I want to try to avoid using the use keyword as much as possible because I think it's nice to know what the actual names in the other crates and libraries are, and not kind of obscure them through the use keyword. But that's just me. All right. So the goal for today is to get further importing this item script, and the first thing to do is for me to figure out how I am going to handle this parsing an incoming message as JSON and then pulling out what type of message it is and using that to index a handlers array or lookup table. You can also use inside functions. You do that in C++? I think so, but I can't remember. I always have to like try things out to see if the syntax allows. Okay, but the one thing that man asked about in Discord is that there are some things I can set up with Rust Analyzer that maybe we can get better, I wouldn't say performance, but better behavior out of the language server. So I'm just pulling up a Discord to see what the details of that were. I gotta remember, oh, there it is. So the idea is I can use Rust Analyzer if I add, and get the feature that I wanted by adding the instant error and warning instant error and warning feedback. So thing that I want is if I mistype something here, I like that it puts an underscore around it right away and I get an indication that there's a problem, right? And I do that and it's gone. Syntax error again and it's back, right? So I'll show you what I was seeing with Rust Analyzer. So let me uninstall Rust. Uninstall. Reload. So obviously there's no Rust installed right now at all. So hold on, I gotta let the C make things settle. All right, so put in a syntax error here. Wait a minute. I thought I had installed Rust. What's still installed that would do that? Sorry, forgot to silence my phone. And the dog's barking at someone at the door. I wonder if I have to actually clear out the cache or something. How is it still knowing that it can run Rust? Like, where is this coming from? Really confused right now. Do I need to, I bet I know what it is. I bet it's still in the cache. Reload Windows again. Yeah, exactly. I think what happens is that in my .vs Code folder extensions, Rust is still there. Yeah, it's still there. The language server is still there. Hey there, Meridian. And above Seagull. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to close VS Code and I'm going to go delete lang.rust extension from the extensions folder. because it doesn't seem to want to go away. Yes, permanently delete rust lang.rust-0.7.8. Now run this again. Hey there, Marco Shiva. Hey, develop it. When have you started using Rust? I started learning it a week ago. So I went through the Rust book for a week, and then I'm trying to practice the knowledge by trying to actually use it this week, and learning that it's one thing to go through the book and think you know Rust, and then you try to use it, and you're like, I don't know what to do. Okay, so yeah, I think the cache of it was screwing things up. Because now obviously there's a syntax error, but it's not telling me about it. This thing is going to annoy me, the thing about LibreSSL. I have a kid standing next to me. Hold on for a second. Sorry about that. Once finished rewriting your tool in Rust, you're tempted to write in Zig also just to compare. Zig, huh? I think that's been suggested 2 or 3 times to me. So yeah, maybe we'll have to try it out at least. All right, so now that we've cleared the remnants of... Why do I have to still have Turbofish? Let's get rid of this. I don't need that buffer. Now that I've cleared that out, let me try to install the Rust Analyzer 1. Yes, download it, please. Failed to discover workspace. I think I know why that is. I need to have a TOML file at the top level. I think this is maybe the problem that I was having with Rust Analyzer, that if I don't have a TOML file at the root of the workspace, it doesn't work. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. Speaking about drinking, okay, I forgot to put the queue up on my screen. And I still had that window open about a Sprite. Okay, hold on. Get my rewards queue out. Speaking about drinking and drink, okay, 2 hydrates, 3 hydrates. That's 1 sip. 2. And 3. I don't know how I feel about the, when they start to pile up like that. Maybe I should be allowed to collapse requests together. What do you guys think? Hey there, Nightshade Dude. And Peyton Rules, hello. Try saving main.rs. Sometimes that gets Rust Analyzer to recheck. Yeah, so save again. And yeah, I was getting this also. Rust Analyzer language server crashed 5 times in a row. Can't discover workspace. The request has failed. Yeah, so I'm getting this kind of thing. I think it's because of this. It's yeah, Rust file outside current workspace is not supported yet. It's dumb. It doesn't know that even though there's a cargo TOML here, there's none at the root. So I think I have to actually make one. Don't collapse them together? I don't know. Cheers, Nui and Nightshade Dude. Open the folder. Yeah, the folder. Well, you mean open this folder? Yeah, I think it'll work, but then I'm going to be constrained to just this tool, not my whole workspace. So yeah, I think you're right. It would work if I opened that folder. Let's experiment and try. So I close this folder, and then open that folder specifically. So I got to go in here, and then I got to go into Tools, and I got to go to Rust, and then Find Item, and open that. I think because that has a TOML file in it, it'll work. There are people yelling near me. If you hear anything in the microphone that's not me, it's probably someone yelling. Think you can open the Python file separately? You have a question about programming game? Okay, let me know what the question is. Hey, look, the actual problem is popping up here. Yeah, see how it's not updating? I think what Man was telling me in Discord is that to have it autosave. I'm actually okay with having it not tell me about an error until I save, because I save frequently anyway as a habit. So the thing I need to get working is that I need it to work in the overall workspace. So let's close this. To work around the fact that it needs to see it as a workspace, I think what I'm going to try to do is just make it look like a workspace by having a TOML file at the top. What's the best thing in programming game, and what is the worst thing? Probably the best thing is the feeling of accomplishment when you either learn something or get something working. And the worst thing is when you get stuck on a problem and you get frustrated. The two kind of go hand in hand, because you can go from your worst moment to your best if you are stuck on an annoying and frustrating problem, and all of a sudden you get the solution and you get it working again. Then you go from the bottom to the top. Best thing, writing code. Worst thing, writing code. Yeah, I could agree with that. VS Code Electron app can have all your memory with multiple of them open. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to have more than one VS Code window open. I'd rather not do it that way. Okay, so let me see if I can get this to work by having a cargo TOML at the very top level. So I will make a new file called cargo TOML, and I'm wondering if just the presence of it is enough. I probably need to reload. The other thing I can try is actually having content in there to make it look like workspace. Failed to read cargo metadata. Can I go to that problem? Cargo metadata manifest path. Error during execution of cargo metadata. Failed to parse manifest. So I just need to have it parsed correctly. My chair is on fire again? Yeah. I'll fix that. Thank you, Nui. It's light behind me from a window on the other side of the room. Because, yeah, not in my own office, so it's really hard to control the lighting. Okay, filters... chroma key, and then I make it more aggressive to get rid of that it's the reverse of a shadow. It's not darkness because of something obscuring a light. It's actually the opposite. It's a light shining on the reverse side of the blue screen. It's a twister. Could be worse. He could have a bird. Yeah, pooping on my shoulder. Where would you see something like that? If you're one level deep, it works. I think I just need to get the TOML file to compile, and didn't it say something in the book about how to set up a workspace? Workspace. Yeah, this thing, right? I think I just need it to say workspace, and we can have empty members, maybe? Let's try it. Workspace members equals empty list. And then I'm going to reload and see if that does it. Nope. Failed to read cargo file. Contains no package. The manifest is virtual and the workspace has no members. Okay. Yeah, Timbo Det is the streamer who has the bird on his shoulder telling him what to do. And pooping when he does something wrong, and he poops a lot. Yeah, that's what I thought, man. I hate to have to do that, though. I mean, I guess it's okay in the sense that it sort of mirrors the CMake list. We had to do this for the C++ stuff with the add subdirectory. So, sure. Let's add the members. Let's say we have tools, Rust, find item. Is that all I need to say? Does it support commas? We'll find out. I think it worked. I didn't get any error that time. I did not get an error. But it's not detecting that syntax error. But let's save and see. Yep, there it goes. Interesting that I had to actually make a change to get to rescan. Members? Yeah, members. Yeah. Okay, so that works. I suppose I can go with this because it also gives me sort of I mean, manifest is a great word. I'll just use it. This is a manifest of projects of crates that are in the workspace that are in Rust workspaces, right? So I guess I can accept that. Now the autosave, people have had me set up autosave before. I don't know if I actually want to do that because it makes me uncomfortable to have things being saved automatically. I think what I'm going to do is to just understand that it will not parse until I hit save. So if I do that, I have to actually manually save. I do that all the time anyway. I think I'm okay with just the onus being on me to hit save. Okay, someone's asking for a link for this. So let me get it. There we go. Invited. It's the first time someone's actually PM'd me and asking me for a link to my Discord. I guess they don't really watch me on Twitch. That's fine with me. Alright. Close that. Hey there, Or Driven. I forgot to wave to Pandak. I hope I answered your question well enough. Alright. Fix this problem. So I guess we're done starting up the stream. This should have said something like switching from Rust VS Code extension to Rust Analyzer. That's what it should have said for a while now. Like that. So pretend that was on the screen for the last 20 minutes or so. So now what I want to do is, should I be specific about the part of the code we're actually manipulating? Maybe. Oh, thank you for following. Let's see. Mr. Halsey, the rusty MMO developer himself. Hello. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing, Mr. Halsey? Just doing some porting from Python to Rust. You know, I was thinking, if this goes well, I might never use Python again. I'll have to actually change the my panel below my stream and like replace the Python spot with Rust. And I don't know if I will ever make a new project in C++ again. If I had a choice, why don't I just pick Rust? It just overwhelmingly, I like everything about it. There are only a few things I don't like, and I can live with them. No more Python, that kick you from the Pythonic Guild? Yeah, I might get kicked out of Pythonic Guild. The other problem I have is that I constantly forget how to do stuff in Python, and I never really got the handle of this async stuff. So, yeah, I don't know if it's worth it continuing to use Python. And the C++ consortium. Well, the C++ consortium is like the United Nations. You know, they're very fragmented, right? I'm just kidding. Get out your C++ card right now, mister. I want to see that card. We're going to revoke your license to program in C++. Okay, so what part is next here? We're receiving a message, but we're not parsing it. I guess we're going to say parsing JSON messages from WebSockets in Rust. Well, parsing JSON messages from WebSockets and to dispatch message handlers in Rust. Is that going to fit? Almost. How about we make dis? How about we do that? Got disconnected for a while. It did work. So what I had to do, not only had to have a TOML file, but I had to have a members and I had to list that in there. And then once I did that, it stopped complaining and it started catching the errors again. So if I put in another error here on purpose, it highlights it. I wonder what unknown means. But yeah, it's giving me the correct error message, so that's good. They don't have cards in the Rust cult, they have permanent tattoos on your face and your soul. Are you saying that they own me? Wait a minute, can't own a bar? No. I'm borrowed. I can't be owned. Yeah, so man, it did work. So we're good to go with this. Also, I think doesn't Rust Analyzer give me a nifty button to run the code? Oh, look, yeah. This is the cool thing about Rust Analyzer that the Rust extension didn't have. I can run this directly from here. And I guess that is going to both build and run it. So I have a neat clicky button. Of course, it's going to panic because it can't find... yeah, the realm name is required, right? So I can't do that to run, but I can use it to build. What if I can customize this and add my own buttons? Because I would like to have a build button. Replace you with the pod person as I read their scriptures. Yeah, maybe. You never know. Grumpy Game Dev. X.match expanded to match X new line? X.match expand to match new line. I'm missing something. Anyway. Alright, so this is where we receive a message. I want to parse it as JSON. I had some parsing in here already, right? Yeah, it's this. It is exactly this line. So why don't I just copy this line up to here. And this is let message is from string text as... What's text again here? It's a string, so I gotta pick the address of it. And then we're not gonna unwrap it because we're within this try. The other thing I need to do is this some repetition here. I think maybe deviate from the Python a little bit. And because I was trying to make a faithful... Yeah, actually no, I'm not going to deviate. I want to try to faithfully port the Python. So the way the Python worked is it had an overarching try catch, and it would just print the same message if any exception was thrown. So I should probably do the same thing in Rust. I should have this be a function that returns a result, and if it's error, print that. And I should have all these be early returns. Oh, in Rust Analyzer. Are you saying like why I was seeing unknown in there? This unknown, is that what you're saying? It has to do with x.match? I'm missing something. Hey there, Metal Storm. Thank you for that follow. Also, Mr. Halsey, how was your raid? Doing well? Yeah, like Python, Rust solved so many issues. I'm assuming, Mr. Halsey, you're working on Rust today again. It's too bad that Adam and I don't get a chance to host you. You're usually hosting us, but that's how I guess that's how the time zones match up. I don't need to see this right now, right? Okay, so I want to mirror this code structure first. So for me, the important steps are 1, port from Python to Rust. Well, porting from Python to Rust steps, right? 1 is to reproduce the exact, well, reproduce as close as possible the same behavior, flow, and structure yeah, and then 2 would be to refactor to make things more Rust. How do you say more Rust idiomatic? More idiomatic to make the Rust code more idiomatic. I always think about idiot, or really I should be thinking of idiom. So that's the order in which I hope to do things. So if I'm not making the code idiomatic, it's because it's important to me for the learning purposes to reproduce as close as possible the same flow. So if in here I had an overarching try-catch, I kind of want to do the same thing in Rust. And my understanding is that the closest equivalent of that is this should be a function that has a return value of result, and then we would check when we return from that function if the result is an error, and we would do that. If the error had to do with WebSocket. So I guess I need to, actually, hold on. This is just WebSocket connection closed. This is not catching any other kinds of exceptions, is it? So we'll just panic then if it's not a connection closed. Okay, that makes it a little bit easier. I actually don't need a function, do I? I can just keep my unwraps in place. So that is not a connection closed. That we can just unwrap this. I really don't like. I'd rather do it this way. I'd rather just say unwrap. It's gonna want to indent that, isn't it? That's okay. I can just do that if this would panic if that failed, because it's not a connection closed. A connection closed is actually, wait a minute. Write message could return a connection closed. So maybe that was premature. Hold on, let me undo this for a second. I need to look at the tungstenite manual. That's what I need to do. Tungsten. I don't think I'm in the right one. I need to go to crates.io. Crates.io and then search for tungstenite. And I want the documentation in a new window. Here we go. Idiom is orthodoxy. Don't be a heretic. Hey, greetings, program. C17R, how are you today? All right, I want to look up write message because I want to see, does it return a special error if... Oh, it does. It'll return error connection closed. So that's what we ought to check. So I should have a match here then, right? I think that's what I want to do. I want to have a match that. And I want to have any kind of okay is do nothing. And the specific error of, what's the type here? Connection closed. So it would be tungstenite error connection closed. That one prints it and returns. Everything else should panic, right? Panic! Unexpected. Unexpected problem writing to the WebSocket. Comma. And I'm trying to now remember this convention that we don't need, I don't need the semicolon or comma after a bracket, right? Or do I need it after this one because that's a statement? I can't remember. You can pass address of string to tungstenite connect. You mean up here? You mean instead of doing the URL parsing? You saying I can just drop this and all of that? Hey there, offline rocker. Panic at the disco, it's a macro. Yeah, panic. Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if it actually builds. I don't want to be in this terminal window. Press any key. There we go. Can I get another terminal window? Thank you. Cargo Clippy. It's just going to warn about the variable it's in use, right? So this tool should still work. Yeah, so it still works. Let me test it by having it pick a server that doesn't actually connect. I want to see if the connected thing fails. Actually, no, I don't want to test that. I want to actually... It's hard to test this, though. I'd actually have to have the server disconnect us in response to writing that message or something like that. Okay, so you're saying I don't actually need to do this URL. I think I copied that from their manual. For some reason, they had me do that. Go to latest version anyway. Okay, so that was connect, right? They actually had me in the example. Oh, it wasn't here. It was in their repository. They had a client example. Examples, client. Yeah, see how they had this URL parse. So I expected, I just assumed I needed to do that. You're saying I don't need to do that, which would be neat. I just need the format, right? I still need the format because I need to fill that in. And I don't do that, right? Am I doing something wrong or is it just format? I don't know. What's the error? There's no error. Okay, so that just worked. Cool. All right. Yeah, why is that? Are they just being overly verbose when they do that? Like, as in, let's catch, if there's a parsing problem with that, let's catch it early before we try to connect, maybe? I don't know. I kind of prefer that. If it can just take a string, let's just do that. Alrighty. I'm wondering if I should just refactor this now, because we're going to be writing more messages, aren't we? I could just make that a function and have it, well, I would need to maybe, well, There are three different things. We either do nothing, we early return, or we panic. I just leave it the way it is. Okay, so anyway, I don't need to print line what we received. Let's keep it around just in case. I want to use this message and pull out the text field, so... Oh, I need to do the same thing down here that I did up here. This should be down here. Handle... Connection closed error here. Handle all other errors here. And this should be, yeah, unexpected problem reading from the WebSocket. Again, I'm not doing idiomatic Rust. I'm trying to reproduce as possible the original Python code, and then we'll make it more idiomatic. Okay, so the Python code at this point got the message type out. I should just copy the Python code like as is. I'll leave that in there. Okay, so this is all Python code, right? So the Rust equivalent of that, I guess, is let message type as a, well, equals message type as string unwrap. I think? No, there's no as string. Is it just as str? Okay. Right, and then we unwrap that. To let it panic if it's not correct. Okay, and then now we have to look it up in a table of handlers. So I actually don't know how to do that. So in Python, the way it's done, the way I've done it is that this is just a lookup table from string to function. I need to learn right now, how do I make a reference to a function in the same structure? So I'm just going to search. Bing search. It'll help if I actually clicked it. So Rust Function lookup table. Someone's got to have done it. Oh, it's harder to find things in Rust. Okay, that's just lookup where the values are numbers. I want a function lookup table. It's probably the same thing. It's just referencing the same thing, right? Okay, never mind. Functional programming in Rust. What is this? Okay, never mind. That's not it. Can I just use function type? Okay. Let me refresh my memory on how that works. FN. Function pointers. It's an advanced feature. All right. Yeah. I think this is what I want, right? Why would it be function function? Oh, it's not a generic. I saw it. Find yourself in a rabbit hole, a rusty rabbit hole. That's right. Okay, so this would be something in the context, right? Like, where would I have this hash map? Hope I don't get tetanus. Yeah. So if I wanted it to be here, within the well, actually, it's not even there, right? It's in the context of the class. This class common has this handlers directly. So that would imply I put it here, right? It would be yeah. How do you make singletons in Rust? Let's try again. Look up something. Rust singleton. Singletons. How would do this in Rust? I would like not to be blinded. Thank you very much. And it doesn't need to be that wide. Static mutt. I see. Everyone takes a shot. You take a shot. I take a shot of water. Don't try it. I don't want to. Okay, what I'm trying to do here is the Python. This handlers is a static table, right? So I would like a static table here, and I need to get the correct. I need to get the correct syntax. So let's say we make it conform to the naming convention on auth challenge, right? And make that a function here. What are the arguments that these take? Self WebSocket message. So self WebSocket is tungstenite stream, I think. I don't know, what was the type of this? WebSocket. Do I really need to spell it all out? Stream TCP, stream TLS, stream TCP, stream. Wow, that's intense. I probably need to get the namespaces in here too. TLS stream, TCP stream. 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's put these on different lines. I'm going to be doing use tungstenite very soon, probably. I probably need to do all of this, right? Wow, that's intense. And then the message is just a string. And I'm doing the same thing I did before, right? I need to put the name first. Message string. That's more correct, right? Yeah, so it's what type is stream? I need to go back to here. What's auto stream? I have no idea. Is that what I do here? Client. All right. Wait a minute. Did I do that wrong? Hold on. No, I did that wrong. This goes here, doesn't it? No, well, yeah, right? How come it didn't like that? Because it didn't hit save, that's why. Hey there, A squared. You'll need unsafe code to have a mute. I don't want it to be mutable. This can be immutable. Like I would like to have an immutable. I would like to have an immutable singleton lookup table here. That's what I don't know how to do yet. This is making it mutable. I don't need it to be mutable. So how do I make it immutable? Rust immutable singleton. Can't you use a map? I don't know. I don't know how to use a map yet. I need it to be immutable, not mutable. Use a traits object instead. Yeah, I don't know how. I need it to map. I'll describe what I'm trying to do. Maybe you guys know how to do it better than I do. So this handlers is used down here in Python. So we have the message type, right? That's down here. We have the message type. Now I want to see if that string is in the lookup table. Then we're going to index the lookup table by that string and then call it like a function on self. See how that works? So take the message type, use it to index the handlers, and then it's then going to use that as a method on self. And so it's going to self is going to be the implied first argument, and then we're going to also pass the WebSocket and the message along with that. So we have the hash map. Where do I put the hash map? In Python, it's this is how you do a singleton, an immutable singleton. You just define the map in your class, right? So I have a class common, and amongst all these functions, there's also this map. So I'm trying to figure out how to do it in Rust, and my guess was I could put it in my class, so to speak, is this context, and I figured, well, it probably needs to go there, but maybe I'm wrong. There's no concept of singletons or globals. Okay, so then how do I have a static lookup table of functions? Do I put it outside here somehow? Let that? I don't even... This doesn't make sense, does it? And what would I do here? Context colon colon? I don't know. Need to figure this out, because if I can't do that kind of thing in Rust, if I don't know how to do that, then we got to stop. There's some case to sort of fake it. Use standard sync once. Yeah, but this is a pretty generic concept, right? I need to call a function based on what string I got. So it's time to flip the table. Standard sync once. I have no idea what standard sync once even does. Let's look it up. That would show up where in here? Once. I mean, this is if I have to actually run code. Can I just have a static definition? You're rusting wrong. It's just that I don't know how to get this concept of having a lookup table that, given a string, I can look up which method to call. Like, there must be a way to do this. You're also looking for a way to do a singleton for something you haven't had. So it doesn't need to be a singleton. I just need the requirement is that I get a message and then I look up its type, and I'm going to take that string and use it to call the right function. I just need to dispatch the function that matches that string. The context, there really is no state to it. It's just a way for me to conveniently have functions together. If I add state to the context, yeah, I would want all of my handlers to use that state. Actually, there is some state I need. I need this stop flag. So I'm going to need, let's just add that now. So stop is, I forget how it is. Is it like that? So I'll comment this out for now because I don't know how to do that. And then stop, the syntax, is it colon? False? Yeah. There we go. You messaged me in Discord. Well, thank you very much, man. Let's see what the problem is. Okay. Okay, so we want a hash map. But how do I set it up? Okay, so the idea would be that I would have a hash map. So handlers is a hash map from from string to, now what do I need to box? So this is what man gave me. We would box a handler, which we haven't defined yet, and a handler is a trait which has a function handle. Problem is I'm going to need multiple handlers. So I'm not sure how to do that within the context of context. And then you had context to be, oh, this is to handle the self. That is the self, right? And then you had a handle one, which, oh, you want me to have a different struct for every handler? I don't know about this. So what man is telling me is then I would have a struct handle on auth challenge, which would be essentially empty and has an impl handler for handle on auth challenge, which has this in there only. So let's comment that out, and this would be here only. It would be called handle, like that. And this can't be self. It has to be a context. Mut context. Okay, something else is wrong. Is it because I didn't implement handlers? This is standard, right? I need to look up what it is. Where do we find our hash map? Collections. Or is it already in the prelude and there's some other problem here? Okay, now what's this problem? The associated function handle has no self parameter. Hey there, JT. I might have typed it wrong. Struct context handlers hash map string to boxed. It's not tripping out on box, is it? Yeah, standard collections hash map. So put that in there, and it can find it. The problem is that it can't. The trait handler cannot be made into an object because associated function handle has no self. This doesn't have a self. That's what it's telling me. Give the water. Thank you, Flecken. And hello, by the way. And the elephant seal. Hello. And Romania hate. So let me go through chat to see what you guys have to say. Can this all be handled simpler with a switch statement to handle this dispatching? That's how I used to do it. Maybe I need to go back to that. I was just thinking in Python it's really clean because you can have you can add to this table every time you add a new handler. But I guess we could just go back to essentially a match, right? And have it just call the functions directly. Oh, okay, so we have a revision to... Oh, nope, now it's deleted. Look at that Discord. Okay, so there has to be so there was a revision to what man was telling me, is that we actually have to have a self there. But then this will have a self as well, right? That would be... Yeah. Okay. And this wouldn't be here. Unless I add it, which I think I'm going to have to add. Right? I'll have to add this stuff. And now it compiles. But how do I get back to context? I guess what we're saying is I would have to say context dot on... How come it's not compiling for me? Is it because of this? Handlers... Box... How do I do this? I guess I should just look up hash map. How do you make one? Hash map new? Can I just construct it from... Do I have to actually do new and then do insert? I can't just specify it the way you do in... Yeah, so I have to do it this way? There's no syntactic sugar for that? Yeah, see, I see the thing, man. It's working, except for now I have to actually build up the hash map, don't I? There are crates that give you macros. Yeah, well, I guess for now, let me just do it. So that would... Where am I? Right... Hold on, where was I? There, down there. I have to say box new, right? No. Hash map new. What am I doing with box? Hash map new. Standard collections hash map new. And then I have to actually build it somewhere, don't I? Okay, then how do I build it? I have to do... It's a singleton, so I gotta build it... Actually, it's not even a singleton. I guess I would build it in context new here. So what? I would just do let self equal that. And then self dot handlers. Okay, it doesn't like self. Context. Dot handlers dot insert. Auth challenge. Yeah, I don't like this, but... Okay, didn't like that. Can't find... Oh, because I commented it out. Oh, wait. Then what do I put there then? Okay, I'm confused. I am confused. Does that need a semicolon? Sometimes we need a semicolon, sometimes we don't. Function pointers in a hash map? Maybe that helps. You got a Dell R720 server with 64 gigabytes RAM. Okay. Congratulations, I guess? Okay, I feel like I'm falling down the rusty rabbit hole, like what Grumpy Game Dev said before. Okay, let me see if I understand what's going on here. I can't make this a singleton, but that's okay because context itself is sort of a singleton anyway. So I'm going to have handlers, and I have to have a handler object. And okay, so why do I still need a hash map then? I guess I don't understand. Oh wait, this has to be a boxed handler, so I have to do a how do you box something? Is it just I just make one? Handle on challenge? No, I need to like box it somehow. Box new? That's not quite right. Okay, I don't remember how to use the box stuff. So let's look up box. Oh, it's box new. So I don't need this. Hold on. How does that work? Oh, I see. So I put that in there. How do I box? Do I have to do that new? And then I have to return, I have to have a new for this guy? Okay, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Okay, I got the box new thing, but how do I make one of those? I'm guessing it has to have a new as well. So what, I have to have a impl handler? I have to do this, I guess. Function new. Like that. Okay, then I have to do that to owned, right? Okay, we're getting somewhere. And it has to say context at the end. And why didn't it like that? Because it's not mutable, so I have to say let mute context. Alright. Oh, jeez. And then how do this call back in? Just do context dot. Okay, and then I would like bring this back in if I wanted. On auth challenge WebSocket message, yeah. And then it doesn't actually return anything, right? What do I have my handlers returning? Anything? I guess we should return a result because internally they're going to send, so let's have it return a result. That? Can you not do it that way? Okay, I forget how to do result. You guys are like groaning, I'm sure. How do we do a result again? What type do I put if I don't care about the type? Is it just... Why is it... Okay, I have to have it sliced? Just handler one. Oh, really? Really, I can just do that? I don't need a new? It doesn't like that, though. Okay. Oh, you're saying I don't need a new because I can just do that? Okay, so then I don't need a new. Got it. All right. I can do that. Okay. So how do I do a result where I don't care about... Oh, there is no return value. I thought that that would do it, but it's not. Curly operands that creates an interpreter. Got it. Okay, the OK type than the no type. Yeah, so the OK type, I don't need any OK type. I just wanted it to fit the pattern of the result. You know what used that was the write message, right? So let me look what they did. Write message. Yeah, so they just said result empty parentheses. Why is that not working for me? Are they just abbreviating this when they say that? I don't know. Oh, it's a tungstenite error result. Oh, okay. Do I want that? No, well, how do I want to use the generic result, I think. Yeah, I think I just want to use the generic result, so let me learn how to do this. So it would... I guess I'm not understanding how I use this. I want more detail. So I actually don't need a type argument for either one, do I? Can I do something silly like neither one has a value? I think it's just that the other one doesn't return one either, so let me fix that. And then, what's this one's problem? I guess I'm just returning a result. Now what? Was that? Semicolon expected? No, I'm really confused. You return an okay. Oh, right. Okay. Hold on, do I just return okay? I have to actually put it in parentheses? Got it. And what's this one's problem? Incompatible type, or because of the trait. It needs to be defined in the trait. Right there. Okay. Whew. Yeah, you can see how rusty I am at Rust. Okay, now this seems really elaborate, over elaborate from, so this is, it feels like I'm trying to, yeah, this is totally the wrong way to do it, right? Just out of curiosity, because I'm not on step 2 yet, which would be to do it idiomatically, but let's say I was. What would be the idiomatic way of having a lookup table? Would it be to just have a match here? And I would match message type and call and have it basically in line? But what if there's a case where, like, I want to have the table in more than one place? I guess then it would just be in a function somewhere. So essentially we would code the lookup table as a match, right? And there's no way for me to have a lookup table of functions to pointers. So I guess I could follow some of the links you guys were giving me before. Function pointers and a hash map. Let me look at that. And I don't really need to get the best answer right now. I would just, it would be cool if there was a best answer. Okay, let's dark mode this guy. So much better. Okay. Collection hash map, type callback. Okay. I'm essentially doing a lot of this, right? Add user function, which does a insert. But the problem is these functions aren't implementations of the struct that I have. There's no nice concept in STD. Want cell as a crate that handles more stuff like this? Okay. If it's known at compile time, yes, use an enum. I would like to know both ways, compile time, runtime. So if it's a compile time, use an enum. Well, would I actually need an enum? I'm just going to do match on the strings, right? When I just do a match message type, and it would be the type of this is slice. I can just say the same thing I had in Python, right? Auth challenge, and then it would be on auth challenge, right? Or do I have to have self dot on auth challenge? Yeah. So I would just do that, right? And then I have to have all the rest go to, well, what do I do if it's not in there? I need to do this message. And so this becomes so just a printf. Yeah, print ln. And that argument goes there. Okay, what didn't it like about this? Incompatible types. Oh, because this could have a problem. Return okay. And I need to actually wait, what's wrong here? Why did it expect a string slice there? Oh, reference. Borrow that guy. And I think this also needs to be borrowed. Nope, something else is wrong. Hey, Prof Elements. Cheers. Just learning by jumping into the ocean. Looking for applicative functor. All right, I'll look at that in a minute. You love Rust? I'm liking it, except for it's a struggle for me. So the problem with this one is what? Expected a unit type, but this one doesn't return a unit type, it returns a result. Can't I make this one also return a result? Starting your first job in a few weeks, any advice? Try to learn as much as you can from the people already there. Try to understand the work culture so that you can know how you should interact with your coworkers. Get to know who is in the team who is has got the knowledge and the willingness to teach you, and who you should avoid. So basically figure out who your allies are. 109 return unit. Okay, I don't understand that. Are you saying line 109 has a problem? So I think that the problem here is, why is it expecting a string there? On-auth challenge. Oh, because it's a string. Okay, I had the wrong thing here. It's actually one of these guys all along. Yeah, I had that wrong. Okay, that's fixed. What's wrong with this one, though? Just expected nothing and found a result. Yeah. So what's the deal here? it should be as if we called this one up here, which does the same thing. So what's different here? Yeah, isn't that the same type as what that returns? A result? Empty, empty? So I guess I don't understand why it says it doesn't match. Don't you have two OKs wrapped in each other? Do I? No, this is the, you have to put something there. You can't just do that. But not here? Oh, I see what you're saying. This, okay, I get what you're saying. It's, I want to toss this, so what would I do here? Actually, I don't want to toss it. I want to turn it into, what do I want to turn this into? I want to do like let handler result equal that. Yeah, so that's the problem. You're right. It was, it didn't know, it didn't match these other arms here. Okay, I should have a comment here. Handle other, this is handle text messages received. Handle other kinds of messages received. Handle, yeah, because there are other kinds of messages. Got it. Yep. Thank you, Tom. That's what I ended up with, right? So, hold on. I've been neglecting saying hi to people. Hello, Tom, and hold on. I can't see my list. Now I can see my list. I don't know how to say your name. SM03, hello. Prof Elements 1, hi. Hope you guys enjoy me struggling with Rust. And my apologies if I'm not catching all of chat. It is a struggle with when a lot of people enthusiastically putting stuff in chat for me to catch everything. So sometimes I even miss things that are tagged to me. I don't think anyone's tagged me on anything other than A squared and C17R gave me links to lazy struct, which I haven't looked at yet, and the other one from C17R was the pointer functions in a hash map, which I got the gist of that. Maybe try to say something. What does that mean? Oh, how to say it. Smolabrut. Oh, I get it. The, yeah, I always forget that sometimes people use numbers. I'm older. I'm not quite a boomer, but yeah, sometimes I just don't get it. Focus Raimu is okay? Okay. And Cloudhawk, how are you doing? Enjoying watching me struggle? So, this is totally unidiomatic. What I'm trying to do is get as close as I can to... I mean, in Python, it's very terse, right? You get a string out of a JSON value. You check if it's in a lookup table. The lookup table is ridiculously simple. It says map this string to this method, which is sitting up here, right? And if it's in there, you index the handlers and then call it like a method and pass the WebSocket in the message, right? So in Rust, so far it's not that elegant. We get the type out, and actually, why is it warning me that I'm not using it? I'm using it right here. Should have snake. Really? It wants me to use snake case for that? Okay, fine. And probably the same. This one is because it's not used, but it's also going to warn me about the snake case. Anyway. Yeah. So we can get the text out. We have to be a little bit safer about saying that we want a string and we want to panic if it's not a string. Python, if it is a lot looser, it will just panic here essentially if this is not a string or if it's none or something like that. Actually, it would just go to the else. Yeah, it would actually go to the else. But anyway, we have to do a little bit more handling of type stuff and what do we do if it doesn't parse correctly. So this is kind of like that, only it's a combination of that and the table itself. And then the other way we're thinking about doing it is through this hash map. But I don't like how this hash map is constructed. We have to make a hash map which maps strings to handler objects, and then we have to have specification of that is fine, but then we have to have a handler object for each message. And that's just a lot of overhead. I don't want to have to do this. Right? This is an incredible amount of overhead. I don't think it's worth it. So I don't think this is the right way to do it. I can do it. Hashtag stay motivated. Hey there, Atomic Nibble. How are you today? How about Pythorustically? Pythorustically. Interesting word. I don't know what you mean by that, but may as well have a switch at that point. Yeah. But let's say I wanted to have a runtime lookup table, right? Because Python would let me do this. Like, let's say somewhere in one of these message handlers, I actually modify the handlers table and add something, right? How would I do that in Rust? See the Discord message. Oh, there's more interesting stuff there. So, right, so you're saying the construction of the hash map, which was down, where was it? Which was right here. I'm doing what you wrote there, right? Right, handlers is hash map new, and then add each handler. You have string from instead of to owned. I guess there's just different ways of doing it, right? And then you have that. Yeah, I don't usually check Discord while I'm streaming. A lot of it's because the chat doesn't see it. Because stuff can appear on Discord that's sensitive and shouldn't be just shown to the whole world. Make it simple. Okay. So I'm looking at the coding channel now. If you guys are wondering what we're talking about with the Discord, here's the link. Okay, so you have me do the same kind of setup there. Oh, I see what you're doing. Handler. Let me see if I can understand this. Let me bring the code in from man and just paste it here and just understand what this is doing. Oh, the code. Is this the same code that I just pasted in there? That's the same stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. I should welcome people while I'm just sitting here. Welcome, welcome. All right. See if I get this. So, we're already doing this part, right? It's almost exactly the same, only I'm not as terse. Okay, instead of inserting it directly, we're doing an add handler, and the add handler does the insert for us. Okay, well, the difference is this had to box something, and here we're doing a function pointer. Oh, okay, so this is getting rid of that handler object and just making it a function. Okay, so let's try that. So I would not need the trait or the handler object, we're saying. Instead of it being a hash map to a handler, which I'll keep commented out, you're saying I can do a function. Right, so with a mutable context. And okay, so I guess we have to spell this out. And it's actually someone... The link that I got earlier had me do a type to do that. So let's do that. Can I do that up here? Let's just say it up here, type. Handler equals function, whoa. Why did it expand it to a ugly looking macro? I don't know. Okay, it has to return. one of these result guys. Got it? All right, and then the argument list was this stuff here. Uncomment. Get out of this. All right. And then I can say handler here, right? Actually, don't I just say handler? There? Yeah, there we go. Practicing my Rust. Getting it down. So if we define the signature of our handler, and we can have a hash map to it, then right, instead of, let's break this up so it's easier to see. I still don't like that I have to have a toOwned there. Can't I make I guess we can't, because this has to be a string there. It has to own the string. There's no way around it. We have to do that. Okay, but instead of boxing here, I would just do, wouldn't I just do on-off challenge? No, and the reason is why? Because I can't use self. Bummer. String, I could do string from also. Isn't it the same thing? Flip that table. So I can't do that. I have to, it can't be in the implementation of context, right? It has to be outside. Bummer. See, that's the problem. It can't get access to the context because it's not an implementation of context. So I end up having to have something call back into the context anyway, don't I? What if I use a capture? Can I just do that? Can I have oh, I need to take a break. Hold on. I'm in the middle of something. I'll get to a break in a moment. Can I just do a pipe here? And the arguments would be do I have to annotate the types for this? Let me go back to the book. Closures, right? Closure. Where were closures handled? I don't remember. Was it early on they handled closures? Ownership, structures, enums, packaging, collections, error handling. Red Rampage Crumpet! With that 10-month resub. Thank you very much, Crumpet. Can you pass immutable self-reference? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we're not finding it, so I'm just going to type in closure. Okay. Is this the first time they talk about closures? Yes. See, they just have arguments in there. I guess it depends. It gets it from how we use it, right? So if I did WS message, context dot on off challenge WS message, wouldn't that do it? Oops. And why does that not work? Closure expected to take 3 arguments, but it takes 2. Okay. So what? I need actually I don't need, so this actually doesn't need to have the context in it. Right? Because we're just capturing the context. But it's going to have an ownership issue, isn't it? Coming up on a year now, that's right. Hello. And also, Almighty Games Dev is here. How are you doing? And then, ahead you... Context on auth challenge. Okay, so... I guess I messed up a little bit ago. And what was that? We have a Microsoft hooligan in here today? Hello, Microsoft hooligan. Red Hatberry, how are you? Which game do you rewrite? I'm not rewriting a game. I'm working on my own game from scratch. So the tools for it are, for example, finding a certain item in the game world. The Python version of it will tell me the entity number for the item that I'm trying to find so that I can go to my admin tools and manipulate the item. So I'm just trying to take one of these Python command line tools that I wrote a while back and port it to Rust to try to exercise my Rust knowledge. Hey there, Squixa. Or, I hope that's how you say your name. Okay. I haven't tried doing closures, but it seems to me like if I made a closure that captured context, the problem is probably going to be the lifetime, right? It's inserting into itself. Yeah, this might be stupid. What's it trying to tell me? Expected a function pointer. Okay, let's get a nicer looking one by just running cargo flippy. What's it trying to tell me here? Expected function pointer found close. Oh, that's because they have a different signature, right? It would be FN, I think. Capital FN. And then, actually, the book talks about this, right? FN trait. So how does that work? I think we need FN mut, don't we? Yeah. And what? It's a generic. It closes. The generic is on what? Actually, I guess I can just look at this FN mut. Trying to absorb the syntax. Can pass context. Hold on, my voice is going. I need to hydrate. Quick. Yeah, Rust is compiled. Yep. So this, what we were looking at just now, was a compiler error message. Compiler error messages are not that bad. It even says you can run this to have more explanation about the error. Keep drinking. Will do. Chug, chug, chug. Chug that water. Okay. Okay, I'm not defining mutable function correctly because I don't know what the heck I'm doing. Is it because it's a trait and I can't make a type that maps to a trait like that? You want me to drink again? Keep drinking? All right. Yeah, I'm almost there, I think. I'm just trying to figure out myself. So, that's how to call it. How do you define it? Don't forget me. I'm not trying to forget the break. I'm just right in the middle of something. It's hard to take a break. So there's that, and I'm trying to figure out. So it's a generic. What is the argument to the generic? Yeah, I'm not going to forget the break. Don't worry about it. Nightly only experimental API? What am I not understanding here? This is not helping at all. Maybe I can go back to the book where it talks about this. All right. Yeah, but what do I put in that inside the angled brackets? Like what goes in there? I don't know what that means. You should use global functions. Okay. But my handlers, I want to have get access to the state because I like, for example, I want one of my handlers to set the stop flag for context. Keep the function in the type handler, but add fmute in the hash map declaration. Well, yeah, I want handler to be a closure, basically. Oh, you're saying to keep this as just a function? So have two of these? Closure? And put that there? I think I see what you're getting at, but this is not the right way to declare that, so... I think I see what you're saying. You're saying to take it out of the implementation of context and just make context mutable and let the handlers modify it. Yeah, maybe I'll end up doing that. I'd really like to get this closure to work, though, because that's all I really need to do, right? I just need to get the WebSocket and the message to go into the context, and now I have a function within the implementation of context, so it can access, it can do stuff like self.stop is true. Is it capital T or lowercase t? I can't remember. Lowercase t. So if I want to do that, for example, right? Because actually I'm missing that code down here. I wanted to break out. So instead of loop, it should be while, not self stop. Right? If I wanted to break out of the loop when a handler decides that we should stop like that, then I mean, I see what you're saying. I can make that global and turn the self into context and say context.stop equals true, but I guess I don't like the idea of a global function reaching into the context and messing with things, because I'm used to in C++ this being like a class. I guess I'm just used to the way I'm doing it in other languages, but maybe I'm wrong. That's probably what the problem is. I'm going down this road of trying to do it the C++ way, not the Rust way. Match way seems simpler. Yes, so the match way down here is to do that. It is nice, but the problem is that it's compile time lookup table. If I wanted to also know how would I do this with a dynamically changing lookup table. So I could do it, actually, I can't even do it this, well, yeah. This is dynamically constructed, right? I could, at some point after I create the context, I could call context handlers insert again and add more message handlers dynamically. With the match, you can't do that. You can't dynamically update this match to add more different arms at runtime. Yeah, you keep telling me to pass context OAuth. It's a function pointer, but I'm not getting that. There's a disconnect in my head. Maybe I need to take a break and clear my head a little bit and then come back to this. The break is overdue anyway, so I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a few minutes to get up and stretch and come back to this in a little bit. So 3-minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, I see a bunch of grumpy people who are pretending not to be grumpy and talking about being grumpy. Am I late? I thought I clicked it right at 0. Prickly, sarcastic, insincere hug. What's the timer app? I just use something really silly and it's not the best. It's Snaz. And just start the timer. I've been meaning to work on my own custom overlay and just have it built into the stream, but I haven't gotten much progress in there. Hold on. There's a yep, there you go. Found where your message is. There you go. Yeah, Snaz, S-N-A-Z. I probably don't even have a command for it. Okay, so I'm not ignoring what Man said about using context auth or as a function pointer. So that I'm holding on to that thought. I'm really just trying to wrap my brain around how, like, what are the various ways in which I can dispatch the message. Basically, if the message type is auth challenge, so that works, but it makes this lookup table static. And I was exploring how would I do it if I wanted to make the message dispatch table dynamic. And we're getting around to it can be a hash map, and it was working if it was a function, and I wanted to make it work with a closure instead. That's where I was getting kind of stuck. So it's because I don't know the right syntax for defining a closure type. So I would still like to figure that part out. And the book didn't talk about how you declare. They just have it you use it. What if I peek in at the like, hold on. What if I just make this handler for a second? Comment this out. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it was all what. So what if I just take this out and just let something equal to that? Let handler equal that. What is the type of handler? That's not helpful. It's an FN mute, isn't it? Because on-auth challenge is a mutable self. I was hoping that the language server would tell me how to declare that. Maybe I should just search for this again. Online. So how to declare closure type alias is what I want. And I should be specific. Rust. How to declare a closure type alias. Type alias. See, someone else has already had the same problem. Okay, but they didn't make a type alias, did they? Oh, it's not a generic. I see. So I was thinking about that wrong. This was close to correct then, right? But the problem is that there are no names. That's the problem. There are no names. There we go. And then I can make that a closure. And then that should fit this. Oh, look at that. It's actually all coming together. Now let me try to use that. So instead of doing this match here, using the dynamic table would be actually start out the same way, right? Let handler result. No, actually, first we have to see if it's in the table, right? So I would do well, fundamentally, it's going to be self.handlers find, right? Or index. Message type. Now what is that? Find item context. So I'd still do a match here, wouldn't I? Because it's either going to be in the table or it's not. But what are my patterns here? What if I... So let's just move the default case in there. No handler, right? Unrecognized message. So how do I So yeah, what is this? What is the type of this? It's a find item. Yeah, how do I write a match arm for this? I guess I should just look up hash map indexer. All right, hash map. Let's find the index. It would be index. Here we go. Output is type output. Yeah. So how do I work with that? It would be a hash. I forget how to work with the possibly sized thing. If there was example code, it would be nice, but does hash map have some example how this would be used? There's insert. This not contains key. If they have an example of how the indexer is used, that would be nice. Yeah, I don't want to panic. That's the thing. I don't want it to panic. How do I do that without panicking? Is this it? That's with get. So if I did get, I would do some and none. I really like to use the indexer. Maybe the indexer always panics. Didn't I use the indexer for JSON? And I was able to catch it? Where was that? Oh, that was their indexer worked differently. The JSON indexer works differently. Okay, hold on. I lost my place. Yeah, right. Yeah, right here, right? What do I put there? I know I'm stubborn, I'm sorry. Just gotta want to figure this out. Okay, yeah, how do I work with that? The special syntax can be used to remove its bound. Okay, yeah, how do I work with that? Oh, I don't know. This is not helping. What did the book have to say about this sized thing? It's an advanced feature. It's like we're always looking at advanced features. Any kind of real program uses advanced features, apparently. Okay. T may or may not be sized. So how do I do a match to see if it's sized or not? We need to use it behind some kind of pointer. Yeah, so the output is of this is it's either handler closure or it's not, right? It's either, so would it be handler closure? But how do I don't know what to put here. How do I match? I need to match it's either handler closure or it's not. How do I do that? Okay, so if you're right, Cheesky, then I can't use match. I can't use the index, or I have to use get, right? It panics if it doesn't exist. Okay, then I have to do a get, right? And then it would be some handler closure, right? Handler is, and then here we would do the bringing back what man said. Actually, no, it's just a closure, so I just call it, right? and I have to borrow the WebSocket and the message. Right? Hey, there we go. And I guess it's more appropriate to say none there. Simple solution build in the previous little example. Okay, we have a paste bin to look at. All right. Can I pull that paste bin out and put it in here? Hold on. I didn't vet it first. Okay, looks good. So let's do it here, and I will dark mode the thing. There we go. I need to make it bigger. Okay, that's essentially what I'm doing, right? In my setup, I'm doing the same thing. Only I'm using a closure, and you're using a function. Okay, so if a function would be nicer. Let's see what I'm missing. How you got it to work with the function. I thought I tried that and it didn't quite work. Maybe I'm just I was confused at the time. Okay, so apparently you're saying I can use handler instead of handler closure there. And then I can just say context on auth challenge instead of that. No, this has a problem. Now, what's the problem? It says it doesn't match. What's different? Oh, because it doesn't have a self? Oh, because this has to be declared with the self. So mute self has to be a context. A reference to a context? Hold on, I'm trying to get this without peeking, but I'm going to peek. Hold on, what am I missing? Oh, it's just context. Wait. That's not the right syntax, is it? Is it? Am I just not getting that? Okay, I'm just not getting it. So technically we don't even need names here. That is the type, right? Yeah, okay. You gotta understand, like, I've been using C++ for so long, I'm having to rewire my brain, literally, to understand this syntax. This looks totally bizarre to me. This looks like, to me, as a C++ developer, that, like, the and sign is in the wrong place. I don't know what this mut is. I have to consciously think that this is the inverse of a const, but it's in the wrong place. On C++, it would be on the left. Yeah, and then this is not the name of a variable. This is actually the type. So it's just really, it's scrambled. It looks like scrambled C++ to me. It's the same for a function. It's the same semantically, but the syntax is all wired differently. It would be in C++, it would be using handler equals standard function, and you put the result type first. So let's just assume we had something called like empty result. I'll just say result. And then the body of the function, the arguments would be context. And then because it's mute, we don't have a const, and the other things we have a const. So we're borrowing a it would be const that. It's just that the this ampersand is in a totally different spot and it's totally messing me up, right? So that's roughly the equivalent in C++. And it gets even harder when you have names. So if I have like context here, which is allowed, right? I would actually put the context there. So yeah, my brain is having a hard time understanding that because I'm used to that syntax. This I can read like without even really thinking much of it. It's that's the variable name. These are not named. This one's mutable and these two aren't. Internet got finished. We'll be back after 20 minutes. Oh, well, thank you so far. You've been a lot of help, man. I'm going to give you some points. I'm going to give you another 15 points. In C++, it's the name for function declaration. The at is attached to the name, not the type. Well, I generally attach it to the type because to me it makes more sense. And in fact, it matches Rust better, right? It's on the right-hand side of the colon. It goes with the type. So I do that. A lot of people do it where they attach it to the name. I've always thought that that was sort of weird. I think it's more appropriate to do that to reinforce that the type is a reference to a context. Yeah, but I don't do declaring multiple variables because of that small disparity between the concept and the syntax. This is another example of one reason that I'm happy to leave C++, is that the parser actually, like, if you were to declare, you're right, Tamutu2 is right. If you have multiple variables like that, you'd have to repeat the and sign, right? I would rather the syntax be like attached to the type, and then we have x and y are both references, but unfortunately x is a reference and y is not. To make y a reference, you have to repeat the reference thing because fundamentally it is attached to the variable name, but I always think of it as being attached to the type, and I avoid this kind of syntax because I think it's confusing. Someone reading this would be really confused into thinking that y is also a reference to a context, right? So the way you'd solve that is to do that, and then if I made that consistent, then I just don't like the idea of, yeah, I just think if I were to design the language, I would have glued it to the type. I think it's more correct to say it's the reference is part of it, of its nature as a type, not its name as a variable. So anyway, I avoid the multiple variable declaration. Turns out that Rust is a lot. It's more. Rust is not a lot. Rust is designed in the way I kind of want it to be. Only I get tripped up by the shuffling of the symbols around. So the type moves from the left to the right. We add a colon in the middle. And the ampersand moves to the other side of the type name. Instead of on the right, it's on the left. So I just need to get my brain wrapped around that. I think it'll be cool once I do. Okay, so technically I don't need a name here. I don't need any names. Handler goes there, and this just works, and I don't need a closure. Okay, cool. Chat's working fine for you? Okay. I was just speaking a lot of praise for you, man. Whoa, how did that happen? This is what I saw in my chat. Did you guys see that? Or is that just on my end? What the heck is that? So it's a bug in Yada? Okay. Weird. So I should probably take a screenshot of that and send it to the developer. All right. Yeah, I'm using Yada, yeah. So I grabbed a screenshot of it because I want to send it to the developer. Because he does maintain it. He's an awesome guy. He's a moderator in Adam's channel. Let me get a screenshot of that and put it in my notebook. Where to put it here? Just notes. Noticed, let's make it a complete sentence and say, I noticed a strange bug in Yata I don't remember ever seeing before. There we go. And it doesn't need to be so frigging huge. There we go. I'll just send that to Hideo later. All right. Anyway, so let me try to make sure I understand what I was doing. This defines a closure, and the syntax for that is that because we're mutating what's captured, and what we're actually capturing here is the context. And that works but has this additional requirement that I actually have to make a closure because the thing we're actually calling is not a closure. So the shortcut is to do this. And what I messed up originally on was what did I do wrong here? I didn't think I could do that syntax. So if the first parameter is the type of where you're implementing, actually I guess it could be anywhere. So yeah, this you'd have problems with in C++, right? Normally you can't do that without special syntax to make it pointer to method or something, but here Rust is fine with it. You have to say, if I didn't say that, it would get kind of confused, right? It would say what? Cannot find it in this scope. So we basically say, look within the scope of context and you'll find auth challenge. And it fits the definition of just a function that takes a reference to a context as its first argument. Cool. Let me, I kind of want to keep this around. And I'd say that's how I would do it. Okay, I don't need this anymore. This is the original. Should I mark this up? Say, this is how you would define the handler as a closure instead. This, okay, so I should really, we tried a couple different ways to do it. Let me annotate this with comments. We ended up trying it 3 different ways, right? This is how, whoop, that got capitalized. This is how you would declare the dynamic message or handler table. If holding on to them as closures. This is, okay, let's not type this again. This is how you declare the dynamic handler table if each handler was a separate object implementing a trait. All right, and then this is how you declare dynamic handler table in Python instead of Rust. All right, so I'll probably keep this around for a while. This is how you would declare an entry in the dynamic handler table if each handler was a separate object implementing a trait. So this is a whole section, so let me section this off. All right. So that all goes in there. And then this works because this defines the interface for the trait. This is making one handler for it, which just calls back into context. This is totally like overkill, but maybe it's an illustration of how you do it with traits. Change map value to handler closure in comment. Okay, which comment did I miss it in? Change map value. Oh yeah, you're right. I declare. Well, no, this is correct. Which lines are driven? Which lines do you think I got wrong? I probably missed it. Line 19, thank you. Change what now? Oh, this should say closure. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give you both points. So it might seem like I'm beating this to death, but this is sort of like the what's the word? The debriefing after going through a challenging period of learning. Yeah, no problem, more driven. So this isn't even really the best way to do it, right? Because we don't need to have a dynamic table. We could just do it statically with the match. So probably I'll go back to doing it this way, right? Because that's the most efficient. So I'm going to end up just commenting out all of this stuff. This is how we would... Oh, why is this not compiling right now? Did I screw it up? Handler. Handler. Do I just need to hit save? Nope. I messed it up somehow. Oh, how to call it, I have to do self dot, right? And do I need to do it like this? Oh no, wait a second, I have to do self here? Yes, and then the problem with this path is something else. Oh, because this needs to be a reference to self, no? Self is a reference, so what's wrong with this one? Is it that this handler didn't return the right thing? No, it does. So I'm missing something. I haven't seen GitHub's new layout. There's an opt-in feature preview with the new layout that they're testing. That sounds cool. Okay, so I'm missing something with the that's how we call it, but it doesn't like the return value. It's not, the return value is not consistent somehow. What I was in this predicament before. What was the problem that I had? Wait a minute. Consider a semicolon in 135. Is that the problem? Yep, that was it. The error message again helped me figure it out. What's the warning though? Unused result. Yeah, I didn't finish handling the result here. I just didn't get to it. The result would be to do what? What is the type of that? What is the type of result? Why does it say unknown up there? Oh, yeah. We have to unwind that. Oh, no, hold on. Don't I just return... Yeah, hold on. I'm getting myself confused again. Can't introduce error type because of the handler abstraction. Okay. So yeah, what do I want it to do here? What did I do in this case? Actually, this didn't... Okay, no, I did use it there. What did I... Yeah, it's handler result. I just never did anything with that. The original Python code would just toss it, right? Is that what I want to do? No, I want to handle a close happening. So it should just... What should this do? I kind of want to have this same handling, don't I? Or at least this part. Yeah. I think I just want to match the handler result to okay doing nothing, and error, with that kind of error doing that. Yeah, this kind of thing. I want that. Oh, that's not the type that I picked, is it? Yeah, I didn't, there was nothing there. Right, yes. And we don't need that because it's either okay or it's an error. Got it. All right. Hey there, Tua Bud. How are you doing? Such a treat seeing me code Rust. I might be doing Rust a lot more in the future. I'm just going over that bumpy territory of knowing just enough to get myself into trouble. So right now I'm like playing around with compile time and runtime message dispatching table. It's I think it's also, you can also, it's sort of a form of the command pattern. But yeah, I'm just trying to get my hands around how would I do it this way, how would I do it that way. So there are like 4 different ways I explored how I would do it with this is a dynamic way to have a function lookup or dispatch table, and this is how you do it with closures. And this is how you do it if the handler is a separate object with a trait to do the handling. But in the end, I'm just going to comment all this out because in the case of what I'm doing right now, the static lookup is good enough. We don't need it at runtime. That happened to you too, yeah. So I'm just kind of exploring, trying to find what are the different ways that I would do it if I had different constraints, right? If I needed to add things to the lookup table dynamically, we'd have a hash map. If I needed them to be closures, this is how I would define the closure. If I needed a separate object, I'd use a trait, you know. And then just getting all the funny details. I was talking about earlier about, like, this is how you define a type alias to a function. In Rust, in C++, it looks like this, except for the syntax. The tokens are all scrambled around. The types are on the left, and the names, if they're anywhere, on the right. And the reference symbol, the ampersand, is on the left of the type, left of the rest of the type in Rust, but it's on the right for a. Not only is it on the right for a in C++, but it's if it's tied more to the name than it is to the type, which always I never really liked. And of course, the mute is basically the inverse of const. So the equivalent of C++ would be there's no mute here, and these two would have const in front. The print for handler error result should reflect that. Yeah. Why do you need the context in the handler if you can return the error to stop? Why do I need the context in the handler? Well, it was because I wanted the handlers to be able to modify the context. That's why. So this is a side effect. This stop flag, it tells me when I can exit this loop. You're right. I could, in this case, since it's just a simple flag, I could encode the concept of telling the caller of the handler that, hey, we should stop now, by having, instead of doing result, I could have another arm here with another enum that sets the stop flag, or basically just breaks out of the loop. I could make this a loop again. So like this could be, let's just, little thought experiment, right? We could have a loop here, and then if we had like, let's say we had another enum, stop, could just be a break, right? If the handler returned an enum that could tell us if a stop was needed. So yeah, then I totally wouldn't need to have the self be in there at all, maybe, right? It could just be a free function, but this is closer to what I have in the Python, where it actually does pass in the self. So the handler has access to the self, and it uses it to ultimately to set the stop flag. Unnecessary parentheses, yes sir, can remove those. Yeah, so if we're not actually using the WebSocket of the message, we can do that. Okay, anyway, I think I'm going to comment out the handlers and say, this is how you declare, this should say a dynamic handler table. This should say if holding onto them as function pointers, and comment that out. And we'll put this up here. This is how you would define a handler by function pointer. We'll say message handler here. Message handler in a dynamic handler table. By function pointer. Okay, I don't know if the, whoa, it really screwed that up when I did the wrapping. Let's fix that separately. That should be a separate line so I can do that. All right, good. I could put a space there so it's easier to read. And here as well, actually all of these places should have a space like that, right? All right, but turns out we don't actually need a table because we're just going to use a match. It's going to be static time. Wait a minute. I think I'm prematurely making it idiomatic. The Python actually literally has a dynamic table, so maybe we should stick with that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. We're going to keep it dynamic, and I'll just comment out. Actually, I already have it here. I'll say this is perhaps, hopefully, more idiomatic since we have no need for the message dispatch table to be dynamic. So this is essentially a static dispatch table. Sup, said who? Doing Rust today. How are you doing? Oh, hey, kitty. There's a cat walking nearby, meowing. Meow. Meow. I don't know who he's meowing at. Good to see you too, Setu. How's the WebGL stuff doing? Hey, welcome back, man. So I think I have this annotated right so that I know how to do this in many different ways. Okay, so this isn't quite right though, right? Oh, because I commented it out. Yeah, we need to bring it back in. Where was that? It was right here. All right. Okay, so I should also have an empty line here. So I have the various ways of doing this either commented in or out. So this would look slightly different if it was a closure. And where did I put that? Did I delete it by accident? I don't see where I had the... Oh, here it was. So I should annotate that. So again, these are going to be annotated because these are the ways we would do it if it was closures or if it was separate handler objects. So let me just copy this text here and... This is how you... Okay, let's just wrap that. This is how you would refer to the dynamic handler if each handler was a separate object implementing a trait. Okay, and then this is how you would refer to the dynamic handler if each handler was a closure. In this case, okay, so I'll put this up here. This is where it goes. This is how you would refer to the dynamic handler if each handler was a function pointer. You're doing other stuff now, but you're painfully slow at coding. What are you writing a render? What I'm doing right now is I'm taking a tool that I wrote in Python that goes with my game that connects to the game and authenticates and then does a search for a specific item with a name that you give it to find the entity reference. And I'm porting it to Rust as an exercise to make sure that I've learned how to do Rust, because I started learning Rust a week ago. And I was learning by following along the Rust book, which looks like this. So I went through this book from top to bottom. I skipped a few chapters. Like I didn't do the final project, and I skipped the chapter on 12 on the IO project, because they're mostly recaps and exercises. But I hit all of the main content, and then I figured, hey, now I know Rust, right? So let's put it to the test. So I took this Python tool, this item script, which did stuff like interpret command line arguments and read a file as JSON, and then call a function, and in that function over here we open a WebSocket, send a message, and then respond to messages that come back from the server. And I'm like, let's just try to do it in Rust. You like Rust better than C++? Yeah, so do I still have a reference to this? Things? No. I'll have to find it. it was when we were in the Rust. Not my favorite feature. So basically, my determination is I like everything about Rust so far except for these 4 things, and some of them are weakening my dislike, I guess you could say, or is weakening. Like I'm okay. I guess I'm okay with using snake case everywhere. So it gets very opinionated. You get it's opinionated. You get a lot of warnings from the compiler if you don't use snake case for the names of functions and variables, right? Because I've been used to camel case for years, so it takes me some time to adjust. And this one, I think this will weaken and go away. I won't have this dislike once I get used to what I have to use for. Right now, it's not immediately obvious to me, and this is too wide. How do I? Let's shorten this just by doing that. It's not immediately obvious to me, being a noob at Rust, of what I need to use in order to use certain traits. Right? It wasn't obvious to me. The things which are going to probably stick with me for a while is the fact that a lot of the examples and the tutorials online use fixed size integers where it's really not important. And that just kind of irritates me. It's like a pet peeve of mine. Why do we need to know that it's exactly 32 or exactly 64 bits, right? Can't we use 34 bits? What if we had a computer in the future that was 128 bits? Let's say not only it's a 128-bit computer, but it's more efficient to use 128-bit registers than 32-bit registers. That means all of our code that use i32, we want to go search replace i32 with i128, even if we didn't care about the size when we originally wrote the code. So I think it's just a pet peeve of mine. This one, though, I think that's going to always annoy me, that a lot of names in Rust standard library are just so short. Like you have to just know what RC that's reference counted. And another, actually, let's add a 5th one. 5th is string and string slice both use the word string in their names, which is confusing because they are different types. So string and a string slice, which is str. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Str? Is it str? Str? I would have preferred that they either use the word slice or maybe s-slice. I would have been okay with, because I could say, okay, it's a string slice. Or maybe not so terse, string slice, right? I would have preferred that other than str, because that is really confusing to me as a new Rust developer. Like, it looks the same, only one's abbreviated and one isn't. So that I don't particularly like. Not to say that I hate anything, but it's not my favorite feature. Golang does that. They have a fixed size and a generic one. C as well. Yeah, if you look at my code, I hardly ever use, even though there's an int 32t, I hardly ever use it. I just use int. If I don't care what the size is, it's int. If I want to make sure it's big enough, I use int max t. So I know Rust has an I size. The problem I have, I guess, is that a lot of examples and tutorials don't use it. They use i32 instead. And it's like, okay, and then the explanation given of why it's used, a lot of times it's tied back to hardware architectures, which to me is it's a temporary problem, right? It just so happens that right now on 64-bit Intel processors, that it's still more efficient to use 32 bits for variables because there are more register positions that will match that, and so your code will be more efficient. And that you really should only use 64 bits if you need to represent integers that are larger than 2 or 4 billion, right? But like, what if I want to do Rust on a 16-bit processor somewhere, right? Don't I want to use why would I use i32 on a 16-bit architecture, right? Yeah, exactly, not for embedded. So it's just something that it's a pet peeve of mine, that the tutorials sort of teach you to use these types even though you don't strictly need them. And yeah, it just bugs me. Yeah, it seems too tied to specific hardware, right? Preoccupied in a sense to the machines that the people who wrote the tutorials were using at the time. So I just don't like it. Anyway, those you can see none of these are very like broad or damning. They are more like nitpicky things. So there's even though it looks big on my editor, this is minuscule compared to all the things that I did learn in Rust so far. So overwhelmingly, I like all the features. They match not only the methods I try to use in other languages to keep things safe, but also even little things like the formatting. It matches my style just coincidentally. This kind of style where you have the opening brace on the same line as the thing before it, and then the closing brace is on itself, on its own line, indented the same as the start. That's exactly my style, and that happens to be the default Rust style. So I was like, yeah, Rust. We agree on that right off the bat. That makes me happy. And that's a silly little emotional thing. But, you know, when you're talking about, like, if you like something, then it's those silly little emotional things when they add up. It's like, this language is, like, designed for me. If everything was perfect, on what would we rant then? Yeah, I don't know. You have to have something. We would end up just like looking at the tiniest little silly things and saying, oh, I don't like that little thing. Yeah, so what I struggle with now is mostly that my brain is wired for other languages, and I have to retrain the circuitry in my brain to know how do things look like in Rust. So I need to keep looking at that and using it and exercising with that until it becomes second nature, that I can glance at those 5 lines and know immediately what it is. Right now, it takes me a moment. I'm like, oh yeah, it's a type alias. It's a function pointer. That's the return value. This is actually easier for me to understand because that syntax exists in C++ now. You can put the return value on the right-hand side with an arrow. The hardest part for me, like, I need to recognize that this is not a name of an argument. It's a type declaration, and that the fact that it's a reference and mutable is on the left instead of the right. So I have to like train my brain to see that. Lower along because many checks are performed at compile time. Yeah. You don't like the name of the language? That's okay. We can get into the culture of it, right? And at least understand the culture, even if we don't come from that culture. Yeah, apparently it used to be really bad. Compile times have gotten better. It's still a relatively young language, right? They're making changes to it like all the time. They're like on a 3-year major release cycle. So expect next year there'll be a Rust 2021, something like that. So you had Rust 2015, Rust 2018. So we're like 1 year away from a major version of Rust. What's really cool is that you can specify in your metadata exactly what edition of Rust you're using, and then we're not forced to go forwards or backwards. And there are promises made by the language designers that they won't break massive things if you stick to one edition. And you could go to the bleeding edge and get the nightly build of Rust if you want, or you can be like me and say, you know, I'm too old to be using the bleeding edge of anything. Let me just use a stable version. All right, I think it's time for me to move on now. What is my thing? Parsing JSON messages? Yeah, we're still doing that. All right. So here's the handler. We got all the handler stuff, and I annotated everything correctly, right? We don't have any warnings. I run cargo clippy, no warnings. Let's touch the source. Run clippy again to make sure there are no warnings. Yeah. So what we want to see clippy, which is the most opinionated linter that we know about, or that I know about. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you know a more opinionated one, but if it doesn't complain, then we're good. I think you want to change the print message at the error match to reflect that you're not able to handle the message. Probably. You're probably right. Okay, you're talking about the handler result. Okay, let's look at that right here, right? Actually, these handlers, I want them to only fail if the connection gets closed. So this is exactly what I want, actually. Yeah, just like in okay, it's not immediately obvious. It's maybe a design flaw of the tool. The only thing that we catch is the connection closed. Everything else is going to panic. So that's what I'm trying to reproduce in the Rust. Every error result means if we get an error result and we didn't panic, it meant this path. So turning the one exception we're catching into the only acceptable error. Hey there, Backcraft. I'm doing well. How are you? I'm just swimming in the deep end of the Rust pool today, Backcraft. Hope you're doing all right. And I forgot to say hi to a few people. Euphius, hello. And Recursive Chat, I love your name. Rust Hype Train, you got it. Your toy project binary gets smaller and smaller with almost every nightly Rust release. Yeah, it's neat. It means they're actually working on making it better, right? Just chilling playing Super Mario Odyssey. I don't think I've ever played that one. I don't have much time to play games other than Minecraft. Well, that's cool. Okay, so maybe I need to annotate that. Well, when we make this more idiomatic, this is going to go away, right? We'll do the right thing here. User to handler result expect connection closed. It will panic on error. Well, it'll probably panic even earlier because I'm doing a whole bunch of unwinds, or no, not unwind, unwrap. So whenever you see an unwrap, it means panic if we don't succeed. So I'll probably do a bunch of unwraps inside of the handler for anything that might fail. And yeah, like this unwrap right here, right? We just assume that it had better be a string or we're going to panic right there. So just match exactly what the Python is doing, since it does exactly that, right? It expects it to, that we can index our handlers by that message type, so it better be a string. Technically, the Python won't panic. It will end up... No, it'll panic because it'll try to call none. You'll get like, not able to call none. None is not a function. So it's similar to a panicking here. Oh wait, no, I'm wrong. It'll go into this else. So if I wanted to be like even closer to what I had in Python, because Python's very loose about the type, you can index none. I should probably, instead of unwrapping that, I should combine it with this match, shouldn't I? Actually, how would I do that? How would I guess what I would do is I would make the indexing of the type and the lookup of the handler into a function that returns an option. An optional handler, right? Let's do that. So it'll be closer to what I have in Python. We'll make a function that does this. So function lookup handler. And it's going to return an optional handler, right? See, I think I'm getting the Rust a little bit better today. So obviously I need message, which is a reference to a surd JSON value. And what else do I need? I need self, so that's reference to self. And is that it? Okay. It didn't like that Y because we're not returning it. Okay, so we'll fix this when we return stuff. So what this should do, this as string returns an option, right? So I can do a I can do a match on that right away, right? Match that some string, and then otherwise, is it none or null? I forget. Yes. So this would just do a return none, right? And then I could use message type in here. And instead of calling the handler, we would return the handler. So I don't need handler result. I would just do match that this returns the handler, otherwise it returns none. Actually, I can just return that then, right? There we go. Easy peasy. I think. What did I mess up here? Whoa. How are these different? I'm missing, maybe it's a lifetime thing. Use as string and remove the whole match. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like that, right? I need to put it... Did I not get that right? I didn't do that syntax right. Is it there? No, it's there, but I'm doing something wrong. Oh, the match too. Yeah, thank you. I forgot to do that earlier as well. Okay, but this one, we're back to having a problem with this one. What am I doing wrong here? Expected an option. I'm looking at what is different here because of return type. What's different between what was found and what was expected? I am having trouble seeing that. Oh, one's a reference and one isn't. Right? One has a reference and one doesn't. Thank you. I was about to figure that out myself. One has a reference and one doesn't. Yeah, the error messages are a lot nicer, don't you think, Setu? That one was maybe the most gross one in Rust we've seen so far, but a lot of the time, like, let's put it back, right? Now, let's run cargo clippy. It's only hard to read because the type is sort of complicated, but look, it actually put the two places that don't match, essentially. So it'll make you think, well, what does that return? And is that the correct type? And the answer is no. This is returning a reference, and that is not a reference. So by making it a reference to a handler, then it succeeds. And now it's all yellow and grayed out because we're just simply not calling it yet. So I just need to actually use it down here. Yeah, so we just need to do, combine these two. So I will do a let handler result equals, right? Equals match lookup handler. Is it self.handler? Self.lookup handler? And then what did it need? It needed the message, right? So far so good. And then this. And then we're done, right? Cool. There we go. Combine this two into one. Oh, we need that. Okay, so what I can do is, oh yeah, how do I get that out? Maybe have it return a tuple? No, wait a minute. I think I want to have the return type be different then. Let's make it an error. Right? And then this would have to change now. Back to a match. Return an error, yeah. So, actually these have to both be matches, right? Yeah, which will give me the opportunity of having a different error message. Yeah, essentially we're just moving this into a format, and we're going to print line the message. Inline it's simpler. I don't know how to do that yet, so I'll get there. Don't worry. Please have patience. Oh, you're right. Result. I see it up there. Because result is okay or error, right? Okay, so then this one was an option, so I need to do a match again, right? And if it's some message, well, some string, then it's string. If it's none, then it's return error. And the error value is this part, right? Well, here's the opportunity. I can make it different, but right now I can keep it the same. That's format like that, right? I need to get the message type out. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, we can't format it then. So I should make this different. Okay, but I want this for later. I want that down here. This should be, like, something new. It's gonna deviate away from Python. What would Python do if it's... It would just faithfully print whatever it is, right? So wouldn't I just take this out? So let message type be that, and then this is message type string is this, and then I can print that there. If I do a the problem with this one is what? Wait, why did it find a string? It shouldn't find a string. That's not a string. That's a value. I don't understand why it says it found a struct string there. I don't know. That should go there. Format has to allocate. Oh, the whole thing needs to go, oh, how do we do this before? Format. That's because this takes a string, right? No, it takes a request, but it's convertible. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it. Is it reference format? Okay, but how am I going to remember that? I should probably look it up, and to hammer it home, I should look it up. Format. Macro. How come it doesn't show up there? Okay, let's go to... No, it's not format args. There it is. Creates a string. Right. So we actually get a new value constructed. An error wants a slice. So that's why we need to get a reference to it. And is that gonna... How does that work? Does error end up getting it moved in? Yeah, when does the string drop? That's what I was about. That's what I was thinking. When do we drop the string? Is it when... Does it get moved in? I'm guessing it has to get moved into this result, right? That this is now owned by result. It must be, right? That's the only way it could be. Otherwise, Rust would give me a... throw a fit. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that handles if... All right. Now I really want to combine these, don't I? This should this should do that, actually. What am I doing here? Can't I just do this? No, because this needs to be adapted. It returns an option, and I need to turn it into a result. So can't I would just do an inner match, wouldn't I? Yes, I think I got it. We would just turn this into string. Well, let's give this a better name. Message type string, and then if it's okay, no, sum handler, return handler, none I kind of want it to fall into that, though. You have to change result to result handler string. Oh, right, if I didn't want to return a slice. Yeah, you're probably right. We'll find out. I think I'm going down the wrong path with that. I want two different paths to end up here. How do I do that? Can I do this with an if else? I think I can, right? I can say if let message type as string, message type string equals that. Okay, if let is another thing I'm weak on, so I need to look that up again. That was I forget where we covered that. No, yeah, and this is the problem I had before. Like I couldn't find it before. Wasn't it like in chapter 6 somewhere? Yeah, here it is. Right, you put the pattern on the left and... Okay, so it's the other way around. It's the pattern... Right. It's this whole thing. Goes there. Then we... Then I want to take it and look and see if it's actually in the handler list. Don't I just want an AND? Can I combine this with AND? Okay, let me do it without the AND so that you guys actually know what I'm trying to do. So this would just be match that. Actually, no, isn't it just return? Well, we're gonna end up just doing it's just that question mark, right? No, I can't do it. I have to do wait, what? This has to do okay handler. And then this clause. So this repetition I want to get rid of that we'll get to in a second, but for now just make it work. I got to do that, right? And then this is match. Else. I don't know what I'm doing here. It was, yeah, then that is not needed. That, right? Still not right. Remove all the returns. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't need any of these returns. Do I not have enough parentheses here? No, I have the right number of parentheses. What am I missing here? Is it the problem that it needs to be string? And that? Nope. I don't want to guess. Is it the parentheses? Is it that? Okay, no, there's some other problem here. It's that. There we go. See, you guys are so much quicker at spotting that stuff. Okay, now how do I get rid of this redundancy? What I'd like to do is combine these two in together, really. If these are both true, then it's some handler. Otherwise, it's that. Can I do something like if... this might not even be the right syntax, but can I do this? Can I say if that... you guys are going to tell me it's not possible. There's probably a better way to do this. And let that equal handler. Some handler equals that. Nope, can't do it. Mob programming, that's fine. So we can't do that? How do I get rid of the redundancy then? There's got to be a way to get rid of that redundancy. This redundancy, right? How do I get rid of that? And then. Basically, these two things have to match. If either one doesn't match, we want to do the error. So there are 3 paths through the code. One path is that it doesn't match the first gate. The second path is it doesn't match the second gate. And the third one is it matches both of them. Chaining if let is in the pipeline somewhere. Okay, so what I'm trying to get is something that is being worked on then, but you can't do yet. Search standard option and then. Wait a minute, what? What do you feel threatened by? I missed it. Technically, they are technically different errors. Are they? Actually, hold on. I have an idea. Can I pre-construct one of these? No, that's a bad idea. How are these different? They're exactly the same, and message type is the same thing in both, right? Yeah, it's like, is this itch I feel like I need to scratch that of collapsing these two somehow. I just don't know how to do that. The cases are semantically different. You mean how we get there? Yeah, I agree that how we get there is different, but once we get there, I mean, the only thing I can think of is make another function. Format missing, I guess I could do that, right? If I really didn't like this redundancy, maybe the best I can do is this format unrecognized message error. And that takes a, the type of that is what? That is a reference to JSON value. I think. Yeah. And I need a name in front. So message type. And it returns a result. Actually, it's exactly the same thing, right? And maybe I can do this with a generic too. Maybe I'll get that in a second. We really just want to do the formatting like that, right? So I can just do this message type. And that doesn't work because I need to borrow the reference. Cannot find the function. That's because it's not a free function, right? So I could make it a free function. There's a way to make an associated function, right? Well, I could just do self dot, right? No, there's something wrong with that. Found the following associated functions to be used. So I can't use it as a method. How do I have to say context : ? Yeah, I'd rather just make it a free function. So take that out and put it up here. All right. So that's one way I could do it. But the one thing I don't like about that is it removes this string from the where we're using it. And it's still somewhat redundant because the name is long. Oh, you know what I could do? I could make a closure. Why don't I do that? I do this in C++ all the time, and I know it bugs people, but I kind of like it. Because it moves the construction of the string closer to where we need it. So I could put it right here, right? I can have a if I can make it static, it would be even better. So I can have a let delete. Where's my delete key? There it is. Let that one equal as an argument message type to the end. That. And it didn't like that Y. Do I have to actually specify the return value, the result value? Okay. I thought it would be able to. Shouldn't it get that by shouldn't the compiler be able to what's the term? Figure that out on its own based off of the only path there? Hey there, Crossbow. Did someone say rewrite it in Rust? Yeah, people have been saying that for a while. Supercuber, how are you today? And Silent Z, while we're doing hides, let me wave to people who I haven't said hi to. Get off my lawn. Who probably is a good friend of Grumpy Game Dev, but who knows? And then Poly Cyborg was saying hi to Mr. Halsey earlier. All right. So now I have it closer to where it's needed. Did I get rid of the other one? Yeah. But there is is there a runtime hit to doing that? I don't even know. Point is that message type as string returning none means that the type member of the JSON is not a string. Sure, but oh wait, you're right. Yeah, what is that type? It's a JSON value. So this works because format takes a JSON value. Yeah. So yeah, it's not a string, it's a JSON value. It's sort of subtle, right? It's just like message itself. It's a reference, it's a immutable reference to a JSON value, and it's just format knows how to format JSON values. Yeah. But that's exactly what the Python does. If message type is not a string, it won't be in the handlers, and so you'll still get the same message. It's just this F string will format it differently, right? It may or may not be a string. It could be an integer, it could be a null, it could be a floating point number. See pastefin, yes we will. All right, let's look at this. We're gonna learn some more advanced Rust. You guys ready? From the man. I'm learning a lot from the man today. Oh, that's right. We don't even have to capture. We don't even have to pass it in. We can capture it, right? So I can just move this down to here and not capture that. Delete. And I don't even need to do that. Look at that. Whoops. Even better. Message type as string. Hold on. Yeah, it's this and then we don't know how to use that yet. Yep. The Rust Evangelism Task Force got to me? I guess so. I felt it was the community. I owed the community at least that I would try it out to at least be able to say something about it, because before a week ago, I'm like, I don't know anything about Rust. I don't even know if it's a compiled language. Are you under the boot of the man? Yeah, but it's a very comfortable boot. I'm learning a lot from this boot. Strike Force, get it right. Hello, spooked existence. Yeah, I'm trying to keep an open mind. Like my Y Rust command says, a lot of people ask me what I thought about it, suggest I learn it, say it's the next great thing. I don't accept dogma without question. What I like to do is say, well, let's see if they have a point. So I'll take a look at it. I'll go through the tutorial and see what my own opinion would be. Okay, so this is advanced features with and, then, and okay or else, which I don't know yet. So apparently this replaces all of this junk, right? Do we even need this in here if you're only using it once? Yeah, couldn't we make this even smaller by just putting that directly in there? Okay, let me read about and then, and okay or else. So, because we'll put that into our tool belt. So I'm going to look this up. And then, what does and then do? Actually, it's on both option and result. In this case, it is, that's an option, right? Yes. I have to keep telling myself option means it's something or nothing. Result means it's okay or error. Okay, and then for an option is you give it a function. It returns none if the option is none. Otherwise, it calls function with the wrap value and returns. Oh, that is neat. So that's actually what I want, right? You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the then in JavaScript. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Find an example of that. In my top secret stream helper stuff I'm doing, I will find this. Because I'm using it there a lot. I just don't exactly remember where. It would probably be in my middleware for Alfred. Then? Nope, maybe not. Where did I use that stuff? Was it in the app or OBS? Yeah, there we go. So this is what find the right window. This and then totally reminds me of the .then in JavaScript when you're dealing with promises. It says this is going to return a promise. When the promise is fulfilled, call that. If it was fulfilled with a value, and if it was fulfilled with an error instead, you do that, the catch. That's what that totally reminds me of. So anyway, the that's and then. So it's basically delegating to the next thing. Otherwise, yeah, it's exactly what we want. So then what is the other one was okay or else. Let's see what that is. All the way at the top. Okay or else. That sounds like a ultimatum, doesn't it? And it's only for options. Oh, okay, so it turns option into a result, and we have to give it what to put in for the error. Okay, that's nice. So let's see if I can do it without cheating here. I would yeah, this all gets reduced. Let's see if I can do it. This is a test of my knowledge. Notice that and then takes a function and returns an option, then merges the option. Yeah, so it's really cool. I just didn't know about it. So this is my naive solution, where we didn't know about and then or okay or else, right? So now that I know about and then and okay or else, how would I write it? I would do message type, which is an option. So I would do and then or okay or else, and then we're done, right? So we would do, well, actually it just needs the string, right? So just this part. And oh wait, I need that type there. How do I get that out? Okay, we'll get to that in a second. The and then part was to give it I'm going to try to see if I can do the shorthand too. It was to do this one. And I need a message type. See how close did I get? Oh, I need to do, right, that was this part here. Yep, I missed that part. I missed turning the JSON into an optional string. And then, given that string, look it up in the message handlers. And that returns an option. And it returns a result, right? And that had better be okay or else. This returns a result? No, it returns an option. So don't I need to do and then? Wait, how does that work? Missed something. Doesn't that returns another option? Okay, I need to review. What is it? Go back. Go back, go back, go back. And then calls f with the wrap value and returns the result. The return is always an option. Okay, I think I got that. Right, so this returns an option with the handler in it. But if you got none at this point, this doesn't do it. It'll just be turned into a none, which then okay, yeah, all right. So that's it, right? I can delete the rest. Let's just format this so I can remember the naive solution. It's this part I don't know. Maybe that's why the function object was. I'm getting totally lost. Yeah, how do we get to that message type? I think that's the problem. Okay or format? Okay or. You have to keep the variable like before. I see. So then I have to extract that part back out. So I need this line then, essentially, right? So I need that. But then I can immediately say that as a string, and then I can... That almost works. What's wrong here? Expected a closure, found a string. Okay, so yeah, this needs to be a closure. And I don't need any arguments, right? Okay, then the whole thing is wrong. Programming is hard. I'm going to cheat again and look at... That's what I had. Huh. Change to okay or? Okay, yeah, so... Yeah, I'm really new at okay or else. You're saying there's... Let me look at okay or else first. I'm not comfortable with it yet. So we either get an okay or an error. And if it's okay, then it's the value from the option, right? Otherwise, it's the error that we passed in. Isn't that what I want? So then what, you're saying there's okay or. What does that do? Arguments passed okay are eagerly evaluated. If you're passing the result of a function call, it's recommended to use okay or else, which is lazily... Isn't that what we want? We want lazy evaluation? I think we want the lazy evaluation. The else wants a closure. I did give it a closure, though. That is a closure, isn't it? Yeah, we should look at the error. You guys are right. Okay. Cannot find message type in scope 1. Okay, it's complaining about way down here. We're going to ignore that one. Unless that's what's tripping us up. Oh. Is that the problem? Hold on. There's a lot to take in here. So we're ignoring that one for now, because that one's just borked. And then it's expected a slice here and found a string. That, I thought, took a slice, but maybe I am wrong. Is that, so we can't, is that the problem that I can't, if I do it this way, this is too big, then this has to be a string? Okay. Well, what if I wanted it to return, so we were able to do that before when I did that. How did I get away with doing that before? So that's a common line. So if I did that, it works, right? How are these different where this requires it to be a string, not a slice? I guess that's what I don't quite get. Is it because of the type annotation there? So if I took that type annotation and just put it on here, it would fix it? I need to put a brace there, right? No, that didn't quite get it. What's different here? Did I figure out the lookup table? Yeah, I did. I'm now getting into how to rewrite. Okay, the original code's gone, 71529, but I wanted there are 3 paths to this code, and I'm trying to learn how to do it more idiomatically. You don't think it will work with the naive version either? Try actually compiling? I guess I could. So go back to... Oh, I went too far. So the naive version, let's see if it actually works. I actually have to use it. So you guys might be right, because I'm not even using it yet, right? So the problem is, what does it return? It returns a result handler slice. Because of this type here, I guess. Okay, yeah, we don't. This is all encoded in there, right? So it's either going to be some handler or none, and the none already did the. Okay, no, it's a result. So it's not a sum or none. It's an okay or it's an error. Error. Print line error. Can I just do print line error, or do I have to do that? Okay. And the reason I was doing that is why. Oh, basically, we've handled the error at that point. Hold on. Oh yeah, we're just eating it. Yeah, okay, I got it. So let's see if this actually works. No. Okay, so there's some other problem. Returns a value referencing data owned by the current function. So yeah, I think you guys are right. It needs to be a string because we're returning a slice to a temporary, right? So this needs to be a string. So you guys were right all along. Okay, and then I gotta change how we do things here, right? So it's not, yeah, that's string. And we get rid of the reference, right? And it's not a reference either, is it? Isn't it just a string? Yeah. So a language that does things a lot easier? Is HTML5 meant for game dev? This HTML5 is just meant for newer websites. Hey, there's Skull Legend. The string will get dropped. Yeah, we don't want to drop that string. We want it to be owned by that result. Okay, so... yeah, I need to borrow it, don't I? That message type needs to be borrowed. It's this borrowing stuff I'm not quite... yeah, so that did it. So we could probably run this now and it would get into the message handler. So we should actually print something when we get there. Let's print something. Yay, we got the authentication challenge. How come that's returning we received? It's like I didn't even build it. Oh, I didn't build it. Clippy just does the linting, right? It doesn't actually build. Oh, yeah. I didn't mean to do run. I just... oh, I need to take another break. Hold on. Hold on. We'll suspend that for a minute. I really just need to do build. Then I can run it here. It didn't build it? Why are we still getting the we received? I commented that out. No, it's not even, it's not running the correct version of the code. Target debug. Yeah, that's from this morning. That's not, it's not building that right now. So where is it going when I build it now? Is it going somewhere else? Oh, I think I might know. I think it's actually putting it at the very top level. We can find it by, let me go here. dir find items.exe search. Wait. Oh, it's not called find items? What is it called then? Where is it building it? Is it putting it under build? I'm confused. Where is cargo build building it? Do I need to... Is it because it thinks the cache is, was that the problem? It didn't think the cache... No, it's still not updated. It's not actually building it there. Weird. Yeah, but this is from this morning. Here, I'll delete it to illustrate. Let's just rmrf target cargo build. It's building it somewhere else. I'm guessing it's building it like because I made a cargo toml at the very top. It's probably building it there. Yeah, that's there it is. It put it at the top level. Yeah, there it is. What I did earlier in the stream that if you came in late you might not have seen is I switched from Rust to Rust Analyzer. I switched to this plugin. I was using Rust earlier, now I'm using Rust Analyzer. And Rust Analyzer was throwing a fit unless the top level had a toml file. So we added this toml file, right? Apparently this changes where cargo actually places the binaries. Which maybe is a good thing because now instead of the binaries embedded in the source, now they're in a top level target folder. So yeah, I guess it's better. But I need to change the scripts I run then. So let me, can I open that as a recent file? I can open that one. And then from there I can open the other one. I just have to be very careful I never open anything else here. Okay, so instead of tools Rust, it will be target debug find item, right? There we go. I think I fixed it. So run this again. Yay, we got an authentication challenge. All right. Why not pass parameter to cargo run? Because it needs to be in the secrets folder because that's where I keep my configuration and my secret key. Because in the next step, when we actually respond to the authentication challenge, it has to use a real RSA key, and so I don't want that to be anywhere in my working directory because I might actually show it on stream, and that would be very embarrassing. I don't want to leak any secrets today. Can you explain the lookup table? Yeah, sure. Now that I fixed that, we're done with looking at that. Okay, so we found like 4 different ways to do it. So what I'm doing right now is a dynamic dispatch table, and there were 3 ways to do that one. So this isn't quite right. Oh, because I moved it. Did I move it? No, I just didn't comment this very well. I should fix this. Yeah. Let me clean this up first. Oh, no, didn't I move it into lookup handler? No, I didn't even do this right. Okay. I had like the call to the closure and all that, and now it's missing. I got rid of it at some point, didn't I? Bummer. Unless I moved it around. Oh, no, I got moved to here. Okay, now that I'm reoriented, let me explain. So there are 2 basic ways to do turning a message type into calling the right handler. So there's static and dynamic, right? Static would be very simply, it's this this match here. You'd say you get the message type, which the line for that is missing now. We should recover that line actually. That's this one right here. Yeah, somewhat like that. Although I need to do as string unwind, unfold. What's the name of that? Unwrap. So if you don't need to change the table dynamically at runtime, you just, when you get the string out, you just match it against the strings you want, and you just call the methods directly, right? So that's a static dispatch table. Do you know if float math still mainly lookup tables? Float math is not lookup tables, no. Usually there are floating point coprocessors, or it's built into the CPU now. So anyway, this is a static table. It's just a match on the type, and you have an arm for every handler, right? Easy peasy. So if we had 10 different messages, we would have handlers for to have 10 arms in this match. So the dynamic way is that we are going to look it up in a hash map. So that is here. And then there were 3 different ways to do that. This is how you would do it with function pointers. So the function pointer is just, it's a type alias where we have a function where the first argument is the mutable reference to the context, and that allows us to form at compile time the pointers to methods of the context, right? So another way to do it was with closures. And so then the difference is that it's an FN mute, and then you don't have to have the context, because when you actually put it into the table, you just form a closure that captures the context. And then the third way was if you want the handler to be another object, you would just box a handler where a handler is a something that implements this handle trait. And the example was to handle that auth challenge, we just call back into the context and do it there, right? So, but anyway, when you have this dynamic table, you have to construct it. So you have to do hash map new, and then anytime you want to, it could be right when we create the context, or it could be later. We would insert handlers by calling the insert method on the handler's hash map. And so again, if it's just a function pointer to a function, it's just structure name : and the function, you get a pointer to that function. If it's a closure, you make a closure. If it's another object, you have to box a new other object. Does that make sense? The static way is what you thought? Yeah, so I'll probably move to that, but I'm trying to recreate what my original Python did, which was we actually had a dynamic table here, and so I actually do a dynamic lookup here rather than having if-else's that check the strings directly in the code. So I'll make it more idiomatic later. I'll probably drop it all and just go back to this thing where we just get the string out and then we call the right handler. But this works too. It's the same amount of code. It's just instead of the handlers being programmed directly into the match, now they're set up elsewhere when we first create the context. They're set up right here. But not too much difficult. Looks so difficult this way? Well, I have a lot of commented out code because there are 4 ways to do it. But I think the most complicated thing is defining the handler function, making a hash map to map the strings to that type of function, and then inserting the handlers in there, and then the calling them is calling get, and then if you get one, you just return that handler, and then the calling is down here. It's not too bad. So now that I have that, this was an even more idiomatic way of doing that. I think it'll just work, right? I just do that, and I have to take out the that thing. It should just work, right? Cargo build. Yeah, it works. Run it to make sure. We got an authentication challenge. Yay. So the more idiomatic way involved using and then and okay or else, so that we don't have to make a closure for, well, we still have to make a closure, but the closure can be more where it's actually used. It's defined where it's used rather than defined up front and then used in 2 different paths. We now, this is actually what I wanted from the beginning. I wanted to show the 3 different paths here. Well, actually, no. It's not really showing the 3 different paths. But the chaining of functions kind of reflects what we want. We want to take the message type, which is a JSON value, and then try to turn it in, see if it's a string. Well, I guess you can say try to get a string from it. Start with a JSON value. Try to get a string from it. If you can get a string from it, if we got a string, look up the handler with it. And then if we didn't get a handler, then return an error. This is essentially, these comments are reflecting what we're actually doing. Let me line them up really nicely for myself. So we start with the JSON value, try to turn it into a string. If we got a string, look up the handler that goes with it. And if we didn't get a handler, because this is a subtle thing, there are 2 ways to not get a handler. Either we couldn't get a string from the JSON value, or the get returned a none, right? Either way, we're going to format and return an error. Rust Analyzer should be displaying type annotations in each step. I turned it off, yeah. Should I turn it back on? It was really bugging me. I can turn it back on for now. It's in my JSON preferences. I turned it off. Yep. So I can turn it back on. So with the inlay hints, we see the types. This was bugging me because I can't select it. I mean, I can select it, but I can't put my cursor there because it's not actually there in the file. And it was disturbing to me to see text in line that wasn't part of the file. You know what I'm saying? But I can keep it on for the benefit of learning. It's just we have to know that the gray text is not really there. It's being added by the IDE. It's like ghost text. We can't even select it. If I do a copy there and I do a paste, it wasn't there. It's a ghost. Ghost text, yeah. I'm going to keep this around and say, the following is the naive, and I wish I knew a quick way to get the nice double dot from there. It is the naive solution for the above. where we don't know how to use why did that go there? Use and then or okay or else. There we go. My code is haunted by type annotations. I know. If I made a type alias for that option, do you think it would end up using it in the type annotation? So like in other words, if I said type optional handler is option handler would it use it there? That isn't even correct, is it? I can't put it there. I have to put it above, don't I? I have to like put it way up here. So there's a handler, there's an optional handler. Wait a minute, why isn't it like that? Missing lifetime specifier. Really? I can't just do that in a type alias? Well, that's a bummer. Pet your cat, you don't have enough mana to do it. Cat's not even there. That's the problem. He's not there. He's missing. Does the address of message type panic if there's... Yeah, it would. I think. Because it's a reference to a temporary option, right? Why doesn't it let me do that? Do I have to actually define how? I forget how to do lifetimes. Do I need a break? I do need a break. Yeah, thank you very much. I forgot to do hydrate too. To small brute. I definitely need to take a break. And I'm out of water. I'll hydrate when I get back. Returns value null. Yeah, it returns... You get a value out of the indexer for... yeah, you see, you get a reference to a value. Even if it's not there, it'll just be a null value. So if we really wanted to know if it was there or not, you have to do... I had to do this before, right? When we did the configuration, I had to do contains key to know if it's actually there or not. Just by indexing the realm, I was getting null, but I don't know if the null was in the JSON object or if it was a null because it didn't contain that key. Oh, no problem. I don't mind doing Rust streams. This one, like, I forget how to do this lifetime stuff. It's complaining because it wants me to do a lifetime specifier there, right? Or is it because I don't have this here? And then I have to do like this. Is that not how to do it? I forget how to do this stuff. That's how to do it on the left-hand side, but how do I do it here? I should just look this up, shouldn't I? Go back to the book. Remember lifetimes. Lifetimes were where? Back here somewhere. Oh, I need a reference. Oh, right, okay. So I just need that? Nope. Because I had it backwards. There we go. But where in the book did they cover that? I'll search lifetimes. Yep. Generics, traits, and lifetimes. Right. Okay, so you have to make it generic. and then it's a space. Okay, yeah, that syntax is just strange to me. So my question is, that type should match what's down here, but I don't think it's smart enough to use it. Yeah, see, it's not smart enough to use it. Oh wait, I didn't get the type right. There's why is this second thing on option of value? Oh no, that's inside of it. Yeah. So it's just an optional reference to a function that takes a context, a stream, and a value and returns a result, which we already have as handler. So yeah, it's too bad. It would be cool if this could deduce down here and show me the type alias. Let me search left. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Whether you tell me or not, I'm still probably just going to look it up to make sure. Yeah, that's right. Man's right. As string, it's an option, right? So if it's not a string, if it's like a null or a number, then it will be a none, and so it would not go into and then would just short circuit out, and then the okay or else, because it's a none, it'll actually go in and call that capture to format and return the message. And here the message type would be null. And so the formatter for JSON probably would put the word null in there. Should you insert value into a struct? Why? Why would I want to change it into a struct? I guess I don't understand why. Okay, I need to take a break. You know what I need to also do? I need to check this code in. This code actually builds, right? Well, there's the type that we made, hoping that the type annotation would use it. It doesn't, so I'll just pull it back out. Let me check this in so I don't lose it, since it's got a lot of result of learning in here. So we're going to just check it in. Oh, I forgot to mark that. I forgot to check in that, so update to-dos. Okay, so there are a couple different things here, right? So I had to do this to satisfy Rust Analyzer. So add Rust workspace metadata to satisfy Rust Analyzer. Since it doesn't support it on, is it SER or ZER? ZER probably, right? I get really picky about these things. Unnecessarily picky. Okay, I had to do that. And then I should probably also git ignore the target. Right? I would like to look into how I would rename that, but not right now. We're just going to ignore it for now. Target. Alright, and so F5 that guy, and so ignore Rust build artifacts is that one. And then I had to add a TOML file. Oh, I just didn't check it in before. Yeah, this is like, what did it begin with? I don't even know. I don't even see a oh, there's a comma there. Oh, right, because we ran the Rust format tool. And then made it a cargo. I'm surprised I didn't. Did I just forget to check this in before? Anyway, let's check it all in. And we'll say work in progress. There's a CRLF mismatch in the file somewhere. Work in progress porting items script from Python to Rust. So the tool now connects to the server and sends the authentication challenge, sends the authentication request, and catches the authentication challenge. But does not yet respond to that. Okay, and included in the code commented out are various bits of code, are various bits which show alternate ways to implement parts of the parts of the tool. There we go. For my own learning. I check that in, and I'm going to take a break and come back and go on to the next step of this thing. Almost read as T-pole, but yours are on the O. Oh, you're saying that I already know the structure? Actually, the tool doesn't know the structure. There's actually a lot more to the configuration than just what we're pulling out. So right now, this configuration is shared between a lot of different tools, and the only thing that this tool cares about in the configuration is this part of it. So if there was a way to just get this into a structure and not the rest of it, I might look into that. But right now, I don't want to enforce a shape on that configuration in this tool because there are other parts of the configuration shape that this tool is completely irrelevant. Can make a struct with just that data? Yeah, so maybe I would do that. Well, all I really pull out of that structure is the host name and port number here. That's the only thing I'm pulling out of that right now. There are other things, again, there are other things besides the host and the public port number, and there might be things added and removed. I don't want my tool to be sensitive to the shape or the extra fields. So if we can make it into a struct that's loose, like there could be extra things, then I might do that. But I don't know. This works too. What does the tool do? I'll show you the game because I don't have that open right now. So this is my game, and everything in my game is an entity. So for example, if I click on there, this is an entity with different aspects to it. And hold on. If I open that as a container, see there's this pile of gold. And if I go to that, see how it has an item component to that entity? So let's say I lost an item in my game world, and I knew what its name was. I could run this script, items prime find rusty iron key, and it'll connect to the game and find that it's entity 74587, right? 74587, find it, and then I can actually see, well, it's not in the world because there's no position, so I can see who has it, and it's this guy. Cassius King is holding on to my rusty iron key, so I found the item. So that's just one example of it's a tool that I might use in automation or just as a generic CLI helper tool to administrate my game. So this functionality could be built into my front end, but I just chose, hey, let's just make it a CLI tool. So it was in Python, and it does more, but right now I'm just focused on porting this to Rust to kind of exercise the new knowledge about how to program in Rust. But other things some of my tools do, I have one to synchronize the scripts in the game, so it will compare the Lua scripts I have in my workspace to what are in the game here. All of these different scripts. There's actually an error. I need to debug that at some point. So each of these is a Lua script, like this, and it was a pain and a chore to be editing it in the GUI. So what I chose to do is to have local copies of each script, and I have a tool here that will. It's also Python based, which is constantly comparing the hash codes, the hash digests of all the scripts I have locally with what's on the server, and if they're out of sync, it just will upload or download or whatever is new and different. So that's what these tools do, and right now they're all in Python, and I am interested in seeing them in Rust because it's an opportunity for me to take something self-contained but yet useful as I develop this game and test my learning of Rust by making a Rust version of it. I need to take a break. When I come back from the break, we'll continue. So let me just set a timer for 3 minutes. If you have been sitting there for over an hour and a half like I have, here's a good opportunity to get up and stretch. I'm going to get more water and just walk around for a bit. I'll be right back. I am back. All right. Hope you guys had a good 2 or 3 minute break there. Let's see. Search skips unknown fields by default. Yeah, go work in test 2. C for a struct. Can you tell that I'm resistant to trying out JSON structs? I'll take a look at it though. Deserialize. Okay, so what if there are extra things in there? What would it do? Would it break? Thank you, Nui. What's the rename all Pascal case do? It will ignore them and skip them? Okay. As opposed to what am I doing now? If it's missing, does it do the same thing? Will it panic? As in that? That's what I'm guessing, right? Oh. I see. Right. I get it. I get it. It'll change it to snake? Cool. So if I wanted, so would that turn into public underscore port lowercase? Yeah. You know what I will do is, let me just grab a screen grab of that. And that can just be dismissed. Okay. So, hold on. So, actually, why am I doing a screen grab? How long does the paste bin last? The paste bins expire? You just get that link. So, I'll just do that for now. Actually, in case I can do both. In case the paste bin ever expires, I can just grab what it looked like and put it here. Make it smaller. There we go. All right, we'll just do that. Okay, thank you very much, man. Man's been helping out a lot. He is the man. So we're gonna give man more points. If I could spell it right. 10 more points to man for all the helping out today. Also, I feel like I should give some points out. 75209. Bunch of other people have been contributing too. If you don't get points, don't feel bad. The points aren't really worth much anyway. I'm gonna lose track of everybody else who's been trying. I wish I had a points all command. I need like a points all. Like give everyone 5 more points who's been chatting. I know, but it's really helping. Yeah, maybe there's some inflation. I don't know. I'm really bad. I'm really terrible at balancing out points. Maybe it's just something I need to delegate to my moderators. Do I even have any moderators in chat today? I don't even think I do. We're back to having a no mod chat. Other than my bot. I don't think there's any moderator in chat today. No mods. Anarchy, exactly. You don't think a single moderator... Oh no, Develop It was here earlier. Developer might have left though. Yeah, it's just my bot and me. But maybe that's something, if I have a regular moderator in chat, they could just be the ones that dole out points and just someone who's better at it than me. All right, if it's okay with you, man, I'm just gonna keep that and look at that later. I kind of wanted to make more progress in the porting, so I hope that's okay. We're gonna. This was actually a very useful excursion to look into because I want to learn these little things I don't know, and then OKRLs, because those are like the tools that I need to reach for some of these things. Okay, yeah, all of these, we're gonna close all these out. Okay, so I'm gonna move on because there's gonna be some interesting stuff that we're gonna be doing when we're handling the auth challenge. The Python code does some interesting things, right? It is going to get the challenge out of the message and base64 decode it, and it is going to yeah, the way this works is it takes a digest of the challenge and then signs it with the private key, which we need to load. And then base64 encode the signature and then send it back to the server. And that's, if we succeed, we stay connected. If we fail, we get disconnected. Chug. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Also 715209 told me to hydrate before. So thank you, 715209, and Prof Elements, thank you very much as well. Took you way too long to find and understand filter map. Once you got it, simplified it so much. Filter map. Sounds like something I should learn too, Buff Siegel. Don't you think? Because it sounds really useful. Covers so many cases, there's a lot many methods, yeah. So I think we'll just pick them up naturally as we go in there. Okay, so there are a couple things I'm going to need. I'm going to need to read in our private key without leaking it on stream. I'm going to need to make a signer, which I hope there's something for Rust. Basically, to take a private key and use it to sign something. And we're going to need SHA-256 digest, hash function. And if there is none, actually I have code for it in C++. Maybe we can port it to Rust. But there probably, I'm sure there's got to be a Rust version of that. So we have to compute this SHA-256 of the challenge after we base64 decoded it, and we have to sign it and then base64 encode the signature and then send it all back. That's a lot of stuff we need to do. There's a crate for everything. So what should we look at first? How about we first do the base64 decoding? I'm going to do it with the naive approach like I knew nothing. I'm just going to search for base64. Hey, look at that. There's a base64. It sounds like this is the one we want to go with. 15.591987 million downloads. So it's at version 0.12. So let's add it to our cargo toml. So I want base64 equals 0.12, right? And then let's see if this Rust analyzer works better with this Rust extension. It freaked out when I pull in a new dependency like this, and I think I actually have to use it before it will build it, right? Hey there, Matthew, and oh wait a minute, Vizara, hello. I forgot to wave to a few people. Vizara and Nomad. Where is it? Nomad Pixel, hello. I forgot. I explained what my tool did, but I didn't say hi to you. And then Glissandi. Can you get your name unmasked in game? Oh, sorry. Hello. I can deal with that right now. Unmasking in my game is really easy. Lets you search by crates and tags. Sounds interesting. Player 900. That's a nice number. Nice even number for your player name. Sorry it took me so long, Glissandi. I missed your first message from 17 minutes ago. My apologies. So now what are you doing in the game? Hanging out at the stairs down into the dungeon. Nice. All right. Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to do. I want to select your character, go to... Oh, no, you moved. You moved around. Wow, you got 10 health potions? Would you like an extra inventory slot since it took me 17 minutes to respond to you? There you go, you have a 4th inventory slot. That's my way of saying thank you and sorry for taking 17 minutes to unmask you today. Alright, anyway. Enjoy the inventory slot. It looked like you needed it, you're filling up with gold there. Okay, so... by the way, did you see that how I was really frustrated at Python? Python has this really silly implementation or silly interface for base64. When you encode something in Python's base64 library, it gives you the return value as a binary, which doesn't make sense to me at all because the whole point of doing base64 encoding is to get a ASCII string out of a binary. So the fact that you have to decode as ASCII the thing that you encoded as base64 to get a string to put in JSON, like rubbed me the wrong way when I had to write this. Anyway, hopefully we don't have to deal with that. Hopefully they do the right thing in Rust. No do-it-yourself version. What about creating a Rust wrapper? I already implemented base64 on NUI, so I'm not interested in implementing it again. Maybe I could take... If I run into something like, let's say PKDF, the password stuff, maybe there's no Rust crate for it, then I'd be like, okay, I'll just port my C++ one to a crate. And then I'd contribute to the Rust open source community. But since I've already implemented C++, if I was looking for things to test my Rust knowledge on, sure. But right now I already have something, which is the items tool. So we'll leave it for a future exercise. How about that? Creating a wrapper means you can use C++ as is from Rust. Yeah. But why would I want to do that if for such a small thing? Wouldn't I just want to port it to Rust? And yeah, so the whole point of making the wrapper would be if either I wanted to do something from scratch or I had already done it and it's better than or the only solution I could find. Possibly to know how you would make your new Rust code interact. Oh, yeah, I did that off stream the other day, so I know how to do it. Actually, I did a little bit of it on day 4, didn't I? I did a little bit on the day 4 for simple functions. Oh, cool, Bless Eagle. Let me take a look at that later. I'll put it next to here for that. Thank you very much. I want to learn about this base 64 one. Okay, so we're going to just decode the challenge, right? So documentation, we go. Or should I look at the repository? Hopefully it's really simple, right? I can just call decode. Returns a new vector. See, that's what we're talking about. No, no binary output of encode in Python. That made no sense to me. Rust knows how to do it correctly. You get a string when you encode. That's what you should get. You listening to me, Python developers? Base 64 encode should give you a string, not a binary. Decode, yeah, makes sense you get binary. Glissandi! Poggers, thank you for the sub. I'm honored that you give me your Twitch Prime sub. Thank you very much. It makes I feel a little guilty that I don't have all my emote slots filled up. So you just get the... You can spread the cheer. When you raid, you can do a polite wave raid now. Okay. So I think I just needed to call decode on it, right? Oh, another one. A buff seagull. Now this isn't a buff stream. Thank you for your subscription. I appreciate that a lot. A buff seagull is like a VIP in the channel too. So now you're both a VIP and a sub. Double the badges. Thank you very much. So, yeah. Oh, your Twitch Prime was available, I see, yeah. Well, make sure that when you subscribe your Twitch Prime, you only have one of it, so make sure it's a stream that you like. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Okay. I think I just need to construct it and call decode, or is decode an associated function? Let's see. Decode. Oh, simple. And I suppose it returns a result if there's a decoding error. Perfect. All right. You legit forget all the time? Yeah, so does Mrs. Raimu. All right. I would forget too. I don't have the Twitch Prime because we only have one Twitch Prime and Mrs. Raimu owns it. Since, like, why would we have a household with two different Amazon Primes, you know? So we're using her Prime account, so I don't need to have one. All right, so then let me pull in the code from... Yeah, we'll just pull in the whole thing. Maybe minus the acrimony. I forget what they await self-work did. I don't think we want that part, though. Hey there, fresh meat. I'm gonna wave to you, pretending that you didn't just go lurking. Now you're lurking, so I'll leave you alone. Alright, so porting this in here, on auth challenge. So there's no... Okay, we'll leave the stop in there, but it's gonna go there. This is the Python we're porting, right? So instead of printing yay, we're just going to print the same thing the Python version printed. Authenticating. And then we're going to say let challenge equal... There, see, it trips me up. I thought it inserted code, but really that's ghost text. It's base 64... Yeah, see how it's like moving around the text too every time? It's going to annoy me. But I'll try to accept it for now. Yeah, I just put the string in there, right? So, message challenge as string unwrap decode unwrap. That should get me... Oh, now we're actually using the message. There we go. And it doesn't know what it is because I'm not using it yet, right? It's unknown. If I, once I use it, we'll know what it is. Right? Let's just do what they do here and print it out. Challenge is bytes long. And the first byte is, I don't know, something. and then it will be a challenge. Didn't have a length. Do I actually need to pin it like this? And then I can say length. Dot. How come it's not helping me out here? Command palette, Rust Analyzer, restart server. Oh, is it? Oh, I think you're right. Yep, that's what it is. It is, it doesn't know what the heck base64 is. It says unknown. Okay, so we're gonna reload the server. Or reload the language server, that is. Now it should know what it is, right? It's still opening and configuring and loading and all that good stuff. Are you gonna tell me what it is? There we go. All right, yeah, thank you. Man gets another point for reminding me to reload after I pull in a new crate. Okay, so I probably don't need that. It'll probably deduce that. Yep, look, it deduced it for me. Then the challenge is a certain number of bytes long, so this should now give me the... I thought it was len. How come it doesn't know what I want here? Amazing what you can do with VS Code, I know. Although this is frustrating, it doesn't know what I want. I guess I'll just look it up. I'm not comfortable enough with this to just know what to do off the top of my head. So I'm just going to go look in the lang book. I'm going to look up vec. And I'm going to find out that it's len. Okay, so it's what I thought. For some reason it didn't know what to put there. And then the first one would be 0 unwrap, I think, right? Do I not need to unwrap it? Oh, indexing unwraps it for me, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's see what that does. I need to build it. Oh, and I can do it from this folder too, right? Yep. Just gonna build all my Rust. Gonna rust everything. Challenge is 80 bytes long, and the first byte is 205. The string format syntax is so weird. It's kind of like an F string in Python, only you don't put the things in there. You know what I'm saying? Or you can think of it as like a tilde expression in JavaScript without the $signs. Right, but someone told me yesterday, I think, that there is an alternative way to do string formatting if you don't like this way. It just feels weird. The fact that it's disconnected, it's closer to the printf style. So in C, you would say something like ZU here and percent print an unsigned 8-bit value there, right? So it's pretty close. It's just instead of percents, you have braces. And I guess this is the opportunity to do extra stuff. Like that's how you do pretty printing, I guess, right? Yeah, we don't need the unwrap. So it's not that unusual if you know other languages and formatters that are similar. And this is close enough to what I already know, so it doesn't look that weird to me. But I actually, at some point, I would like to look at the alternative formatting. There's a C++ called format that does the same? Yeah. Convert vec to a string. No, we don't want to convert it to a string. We want it to be in a vector of bytes so that we can run it through the hash function next. Unless you mean something else, man. We're decoding the challenge into bytes because we're going to run it through a hash function. And that's actually what I need to look up next. So we need to hash the challenge. That's the what the signing is doing. So let's find it. So I'm going to search for SHA-256. Okay, which one do we want? Maybe there's a SHA-2. Okay, there we go. 4 million. That's probably what we want, right? Oh, no problem, man. You can't be right all the time. Format lib is great, so much better than the C++ stuff. Well, there's the new F strings in C++, right? Or am I getting my languages confused? I might be getting my languages confused. Okay, I think we want SHA-2 version. See, again, it's not version 1 yet, which is really weird. Wouldn't they have finished that by now? These hash functions are so simple. They could be on version 1. Why are they not on version 1? Why is everyone on version 0 of everything? Oh, these guys aren't. Rust crypto. Actually, we might want that because we're going to need RSA encryption. Maybe we want Rust crypto instead, because it probably has the SHA stuff in there. Let me look at this one. Can I look at its homepage? I keep forgetting we should be putting the hat in there. I guess the hat is implied if you don't have it, right? Why do I have to extern crate crypto? What's that? The purpose of doing that? Anyway. They have RSA in there. Okay, they have SHA too. Where's RSA though? Oh, they have PBKDF too. Neat. Is RSA known by a different initialism that I'm not seeing? Maybe RC4? I don't remember. Extern crate's outdated? Yeah. The book didn't even... I don't even think it covered it. So does this handle RSA keys? I can't tell. Not been thoroughly audited. So what has been audited? What are RSA keys? RSA... It's asymmetric encryption. So that's what we're using to sign our keys. So let's look it up. RSA key. It's a crypto system. Revest Shamir Adelman. It's one of the first public key crypto systems and it's widely used for secure data transmission. So it's used in it's just a pseudo standard de facto standard for a lot of different kinds of encryption. So I've been using it to sign all my challenges in the game. Last updated 4 years ago. Yeah, not a good sign. Did you ever make something with IPFS? I don't think so. That doesn't look familiar. The ring crate is pretty solid and will give you all the main digest. Okay, does it have RSA in it too? Because what I'm using in Python is, I thought I was supposed to use PyCrypto, but really it's PyCryptodome. And you import crypto public key and signature and hash to get RSA. PKDS1 whatever is the parser for a key file, right? So we need all of those things. I need to be able to parse a private key file to get the private key out of it. I need to be able to do digests, and then this is to do the signing with the key down here. Actually, I guess you get the signer from that directly. Yeah, it was a little bit weird. I think I found that through Stack Overflow or something. But I need the equivalent of the PyCryptodome library for Rust. Oh, it has it? Okay. Formally audited. Okay, so I guess we're going to do Rust LS. Hold on. Ring. Which one do you guys think? Ring or Rust LS? Let's search. What are these two? What is Ring? You like the Ring docs? Okay, Ring. Safe, fast, small crypto using Rust. It's got almost 4 million downloads. And then what is Rust LS? It's modern transport layer security library written in Rust. So just out of curiosity, does this support just standalone signing with RSA keys, or is it just for transport layer security? Do I have a TLDR? It does transport layer security. Oh, it does 1.3. There we go. I don't even have that with LibreSSL yet. I don't see where it does. We can use it for signing though. I think this is probably geared towards transport layer security stuff, right? Like using TLS. Do they have a... was there a documentation link? I don't have any documentation link. That always scares me. That it's going to be hard to use. I guess, yeah. Yeah, right now we're looking at Rust LS. Oh, there's a docs folder. Okay, cool. Let's grab that. Thank you. Vizara? Perfect. So let's close that for now. Okay, what kinds of structs do we get? And yeah, what's in the crate? This is probably like supposed to, it has all the stuff under the hood, but it's meant for transport layer security, right? Yeah, there's internal classes that might be useful, but do not form part of the stable interface. So probably in here we'll find the hash functions and stuff, right? Yeah, like pem file, right, to get the private key out, getting certificates out, yeah. So we probably don't want to reach into that since it's not part of the stable API. Okay, so we'll keep using the... Is that what I've been using? Oh yeah, it's what we've been using. How come they didn't have a documentation link from here? Are they just lazy? Yeah, some of them do and some of them don't. That's weird. I don't understand that. You would think that our automation would just add that. You need Ring for what I'm trying to do. Okay. You were mentioning Rust LS because it was formally audited. Okay, got it. It depends on Ring. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Halsey. Link the exact page I needed. Yeah, you probably did. You linked the page. Yeah. Sorry, Buff Seagull. How about I hand you some points? With my deepest apologies. Hold on, you gave me a couple different links, didn't you? Okay, you gave me the one for Ring. Hold on. Is there no, Oh, that's cool. Can I just get to Ring from here? Yeah, there we go. Go to latest version. Here we are. Although that's alpha. What if we go back to 0.16? That's kind of cool. I like that. So we can like go to 0.16 if we wanted. All right. It's based with boring SSL. I know that one. Okay. That's cool. So we don't have to re-implement this stuff. So if I just wanted, the digest has the hash function. Does it, so this probably handles the RSA stuff? No. Oh, how do we get here? Oh, I don't know. Signature is probably what we want, right? Yes. So we'll want to pick the right algorithm, I think. Weird name. That has to do with the cipher they use, right? Search RSA. Oh, so it's not under signature? Hold on, what? Wait. It's not a module? Is that what we're saying? How come I don't see RSA in this list? Search for RSA. Let's just search for it. There we go. Yeah, but where is that going? Or do I need to go in the latest version and search for it? Ah, so I don't think it's in the alpha of the latest, but it's not here in the stable. So it must be something new. I'm okay looking at the stable, not I guess I'm saying I don't really want to look at an unstable alpha version yet. what I was looking at looked like it had what I needed. Signature. We don't want to verify, we just want to sign. It's one of these, and it's going to be based off of what I was using in Python. Let me find out where that was again. PKCS1 version 1.5. So it's this one. I need this one. Oh, that was just an anchor. I'm just dumb. Okay. Okay, here we go. Signing and verifying. So I want one of these. Cool, yeah. So read file, then from the dir we get, yeah. So this is similar to what I had in Python, right? There's a dir, there's a dir in here somewhere. Oh, maybe not here, but I've seen reference to DER before. I forget what it stands for. Yeah, but we're basically decoding how the file is encoded to get the key pair out, and then we will get the private key out of it. This is interesting. They say key pair, but you only get... Okay, their names are just kind of weird. This could be a key pair, but yeah, it's really only we only really care about the private key in there. Cool. And that's how you do the signing. Okay, I think we have everything we need from Ring. And it's got that name's got a nice ring to it, don't you think? I'll be here all day, by the way. Okay, so we're gonna pull in Ring. Ring. Hydrate, yes. I'm getting loopy by not hydrating. Cheers. And I don't want to pull in the alpha, right? I want to pull in the stable, so it's 0.16. Okay, and then it was cargo build to update the index, downloading some stuff. And then I'm going to need to reload VS Code because Rust Analyzer is not smart enough to know that we just added some stuff into our universe. So reload. And then now it should pick up Ring, and we'll pull it in and use it. Okay, so the first thing I want to do with that is get a digest. So let digest is going to differ a little bit, right? Because I don't just hash the challenge, I also... Well, I did hash the challenge, but I didn't print it out. I just used it, immediately signed it. So this is slightly different, right? Like let digest equal ring. Let me guess, it's digest SHA 256. Look, I'm just like figuring it out as we go. Okay, here's where I'm not quite sure. Is it new? Dot. Okay, that's as far as I can get without reading the documentation. Digest. SHA-256. It's an algorithm. What can we do with an algorithm? We can hopefully run it. Do they have an example? Wasn't someone telling to reload server? Yeah, it was oh no, I thought you meant to reload VS Code. How do you only reload the server? Did you actually give me a command I could try to do that? Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. This message that I missed. Sorry about that. It's a lot of stuff I have to go through when I'm streaming, and I miss lots of stuff. So, not that I need to do it now, but let me test this out. So there should be a restart. Oh, there it is. There we go. I'll have to do that next time. Thank you. Point for both of you. The crates plugin for VS Code will notify you of available versions of crates within your cargo tunnel. Really? I'll have to look at that later. All right. I need to read the docs. Don't I just need to look for... I need to look for the right... I'm looking for functions. Where... Am I looking at the wrong thing here? What is an algorithm? I don't even know. It's a struct. Okay, then how is it implemented? Debug equal partial equal send unsend pane. Okay, which one am I looking for? I don't even know. Okay. I don't think this is right. I think that's just describing the algorithm. There's... I think I need this digest, right? Or I need a function. Function. Digest. That's what I need. Okay. Yeah, so that's a description of how to digest it. Okay, so then I do ring digest, and then the algorithm is digest 256, and I'll borrow that. And then the data... I don't actually need to type the word data. Yeah, the ghost text is really tripping me up. What does it need for the data? It's yeah, so it's already in the correct format. Actually, no, it's not. But I can just... You can get a slice from a vector just by doing this, right? There we go. I got my digest. Except for this is wrong. What did I do wrong there? I don't know. I don't know. Cargo Clippy. Oh, are they assuming I do a use? So I need to do ring. Yeah, alright, fine. I'm not doing use. Ring. There we go. So I got the digest out, and if I wanted to print that, I'm not going to print the whole thing. Let's just print one byte of it for now. Digest. And, oh, can I... What can I do with the digest? I can use it with as ref, apparently. Okay, I should just look at the example. Yeah, as ref. Okay. Got it. As a ref. So I should just do this as ref, shouldn't I? No, because then I'll get a reference to a temporary. So this holds on to the object, and then we're getting a reference to it. Because it... Okay. I need to research that. I've seen that in a couple places, this as ref, and I don't quite understand it. Why you would need to use it. Performs the conversion. That's really helpful. Okay. Used to do a cheap reference to reference conversion. It's similar to as mute, which is used for converting between mutable references. If you need to do costly conversion, it's better to do from. It has the same signature as borrow, but borrow is different in a few aspects. Okay. Auto dereferences if the inner type is a reference or a mutable reference. E.g. foo as ref will work the same if foo has a trait, has a type mutable or reference to... This is, yeah, the double reference thing. I don't know how to think about that. That's difficult to comprehend. So I don't understand something. Why can't I just take reference? Is it because the two references are different types? I'm guessing that's what it is. So out of curiosity, I can say what digest ref is. I see. It's a byte string slice. Interesting. Interesting that they would choose to do it that way. To just take reference to work, the struct would have to implement dref, right? So is this just a design decision they made? That they would implement the asRef trait? That's a good idea, power down system. But I'm also sort of like getting experience in what that does. This should just work, right? Cargo build. And then if I run this, yeah, 32 byte long digest. Okay, so let's try what power down sys said. I can print ln again, digest, and then we're using the debug, right? Or actually, I wonder if pretty print works. Let's see what we get. Digest. Dig test? No, digest. SHA-256, and there it is. So that's how we would answer the challenge to login. Good thing I'm no longer printing out the challenge string. Actually, it wouldn't work because the challenge string is always different every time. And to prevent replay attacks. So I could actually print out the... Yeah, it's safe to print out both the challenge and the answer, right? Actually, I'm not even using the private key. It doesn't even matter. Now, what does it print out if I don't pretty print? Same thing. All right. Is that the debug or is that just the printable? Debug is something different, right? Debug. Oh, that is the debug print. Then what am I thinking is the just the normal pretty, the formatting. Display, that's what it was, yeah. Display. Right. That's when you don't have the colon question mark in there. So yeah, if I were to do that, it would not build because it's going to say it doesn't implement the display trait. Yes. Makes sense. That's cool. All right. So we can see the digest out. So the next part was what? To do the fun stuff, I have to load the private key in and then sign the digest with it, without leaking this on stream. So let me go back to the ring the ring documentation right here, and we're gonna go and look into signature. Okay, so I'm going to need to load the key from disk, right? Where was the example of that? Here it was. Yes, this is what I want to be referring to. Yeah, I don't want to leak my private key on stream. That would be bad. I'd have to immediately shut the game down until I could load a new public key into it. All right. So we really don't need to see this anymore. Yeah, this doesn't. We don't care about that anymore. Okay, so then I need to sign it. So I need to get a key out. The read file we used before, right? No. What did I use to read a file out before? Read. I used fs read to string. This is using read file. What's the difference? Read file. There's no read file. Where are they getting read file from? I don't know. Maybe it's in here somewhere. Try on DuckDuckGo. That's interesting. Is this just pseudocode? It's just assuming you have a read file there somewhere. So there is a read file? How come I'm not finding anything here? I'm finding read line, but no read file. Oh, because I'm in format. How did I get there? That's all. No, it's all crates, right? So read as string is in FS, right? Yeah, there's no read file. There's just read. So what do they mean by read file then? I don't know. Well, I'm confused. Probably just pseudocode. So I could just use read from FS, I'm guessing. What do they want it to be in terms of format? They don't even show the type, so I'm guessing they want a byte string or a byte slice. Because this from dir is probably doing the parsing, right? Yeah, that's the... Wait a minute. How'd you find read... Oh, the two different people there. Power down sys says to just use fs read. Pantadas del Papa has found something... Oh, below? Oh, there it is. It's the classic mistake that I make where I'm like, I see it and I stop. And I say, what is that? And I should have just read on to see it here. Okay, so they use... Interesting. They're doing this why? Why so elaborate? Because read doesn't give you... Yeah, why doing it like that? Why not just use read? Because it's a convenience because we're calling open and read. Why don't we just use that? Why are they so explicit here? Yeah, I think we're just going to use that. It's generally faster than reading into a vector created with vector new, which is what they're doing here. Okay. The example is outdated. Okay, makes sense. So let's do it the newfangled way. We are going to do... This is similar as read to string, right? Up to here. I'm sorry if I'm kind of going painfully slow, but my brain is absorbing all this information. So this is the private key dir. And we're going to do read. Let me hit the correct key this time. And the path is what? Where do we get that? Aha. It's admin private.pem. Oh, and there's an extra thing that we had to do in Python. We had to do crypto public key RSA import key. That's probably what we're doing here. Should I try to mimic that exactly? So that would mean doing this in the beginning. Sure, let's do that in the beginning. Take this thing back out and put it there. And I don't know if I need to do an unwrap. Actually, I do, yeah. And I want to do this in the new. Right here. I want to mimic what the Python did. So it's just admin private key. Admin private key is what is it going to end up as? What is that type of that? It just is the key, right? And then you give it to the signature algorithm. So the equivalent in Rust would be what? That we read it in? I'm in the wrong place here. It would be this key pair thing, right? So we want to do all of that. We want to read the file and then do RSA key pair from dir. Yeah, because that is used down here to do the signing and to get the modulus. Okay, got it. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. How are you doing? Static string, yes. Yep, that means that lives forever. Although I wonder, how does static lifetime work if you have loadable modules? Or can you not have loadable modules in Rust? Quick question. Does Rust support loadable modules? Don't know. Loadable modules not what? Not supported on Linux. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with Rust, though. Rust module, is this some kind of scam? Yeah, DLLs, yeah. In Linux, it would be DL open. Right? To interface with the dynamic linking loader. So can you make a .so with Rust, and can Rust load them and unload them? So yeah, in Linux it's DL open, and then you have to do like DL sim to get a pointer to the function. You can with only the CABI. I mean, that makes sense because probably under the hood they just use DL sim, right? So no lifetime. So you can't use, because if the answer to that was yes, my next question would be, well, how do they handle the static lifetimes like this? Because that was explained in the book as it lasts the entire duration of the program. But what if this is called from a loaded module? Then as soon as you unload the module, that memory goes away, right? Oh, there we go. Thank you. You guys are awesome. I don't even have to look this stuff up. You guys are right there. Point to Mr. Halsey. Officially endorses lib loading. Beyond that, there are 3 different options. Okay, I want to save this for later because I'm into dynamic loading. I'm going to save that for later. Oh, and Small Brute has another link to look at. Thank you, Small Brute. You already said you're welcome, so I will just give you a point. That's your first point? Let's give you more points. You've been helping out a little bit. Let's bump you to 5. This is how you make the DLL, right? You would do dilib, but my real question is how do you load them? Does it talk about how you load them? Yeah, it doesn't really, right? It's just how you build and how you link them, but not how you would build them, but how you link and load them at runtime. It doesn't really cover. Yeah, I mean, it's not a common feature, right? How often do you have programs that dynamically load and unload their own code? Plugins for web servers, maybe. We did that in last year, a couple of years ago, when I was doing web server stuff. We did dynamic loading, right? Actually, I can't even remember. I think I did. When you get into static with loading, think of static meaning lives longer than the current scope. Yeah, the way that the book talked about it, though, was lasts the duration of the program, I think. Or maybe that was someone who was talking to me about it. Or some YouTube videos. I should just toss the knowledge aside. So this is what I should really refer to, right? Okay, but that's a side thing. Let me not get too distracted. Okay, so the signature. So we're reading the file in, getting the contents out, and loading it into a signature RSA key pair. Got it. So then what is that type? I need to find out what a from dir returns. It is a ring signature RSA key pair. Ring signature RSA key pair. Interesting how they can do camel case and not... I guess structs don't have to do snake case, right? You have to bind the lifetime of that reference to the lifetime of the library object. You can't just return static references from the data, which could be unloaded. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If Rust is really strict about lifetimes, then you would think a static reference in a loadable library might be a problem. This handles loading of dynamic code safely. Oh, nice. Let me give you a point for that. This is like material for me to look at for future research. So, look at later when researching how to load dynamic modules in Rust. There we go. All right. And thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. How much longer am I going to stream for? It's Friday, so I guess I could go longer. Why doesn't it like this? No such field. Did I mean RSA? Oh, I do need to initialize it? Oh, thank you for the follow again. Go longer? Is it chill? It's a bit grueling for me, but I'll keep going. I'll soldier through this. My brain is like absorbing all this information, and I get kind of self-conscious that I'm going slow because I just don't know things, and I'm having to look and reread this stuff several times. Oh, I think I know what I want to do, right? Hold on. I actually have to fill it in here, don't I? So I want to do like a let that, oops, let that equal a key pair that we construct from dir. No suggestions yet. And this we can just keep it as is, right? Didn't it, is it, all right, it was an associated one from dir. And that's a really long name because of the ghost text. But yeah, I need to put the contents of the file in here, right? So I can do that with standard fs read. Didn't I have that around here somewhere? I think I had it, but I deleted it. I guess I'll just grab it from the Python again. Yeah, I must have deleted it. It was up here in the new admin private .pem. That's a file I never want to show on stream, else I will be very unhappy. So I got to unwrap that, right? And then I probably need, what does it want for this input? Hold on, am I not doing that right? It wants a reference, okay. Sure, you can have a reference. Cool. Now, oh, I need to actually declare it, don't I? So, too bad I can't copy-paste the ghost text. I'm gonna have to type that myself. Oh, I need to do an unwrap. Okay, so that's not too bad. It's just RSA key pair. I need to put it up here. Admin private key is a ring signature private key pair, right? There we go. I did it. If you try to hot swap components, there's a Reddit about that. Oh, no, I don't mind you spamming at all. This is all good information that I will add to the, this here. And I need to hydrate. 2 minutes late, sorry. You know what happens if I get really into a stream and I get to like 6-7 hours? You know what replaces the water? Is Jameson's. I hope I don't get to that point. I did that one time in my streaming career, which is only like a year old. I was handling such a hard problem on stream that I decided I would just drink whiskey while I was trying to solve it. It actually worked out pretty well. because if anything, it made me more chill and relaxed about it. Okay, so why does it say that I'm not using it? It is red, isn't it? Didn't I use it down here? Okay, I don't understand why it says I'm never using it. Is it because, oh, because I fill it in, but I actually never read it back out, right? Okay, so technically I don't even need the variable. I could just do this, right? And put that here. And get rid of that. There we go. Fancy. Balmer Peak. I remember this. Yes, the Balmer Peak. What side of the Balmer Peak are we on? So wait, I'm over here, right? Yeah. To get me past that problem, I need to be right there. Yeah, funny. I should save that. Let's make a command out of it. Add com Balmer. Just Balmer? Balmer underscore peak. And then, there we go. Balmer peak. There we go. It's now official. Okay, so I have the key in there, or it would crash. So maybe I can just verify this much. So let's build it and make sure that can actually load the key. If it can't load the key, it's gonna crash. Okay, it crashed. Key rejected, invalid encoding. Okay. Now I got a problem. It doesn't like the encoding of my key, so I think I might need to pick a different way of bringing it in. Compare with this. So what does this up here do? The tricky thing is I can't actually show that on stream. So I could read it and print it, but that would be really bad. It didn't say it couldn't open the file. Okay, so if I had a bad file name in there, I would get a different error, right? It would say can't open the file, right? Yeah, file. The system cannot find the file specified, right? So then it could find the file, it just didn't know how to interpret the contents of the file, right? Invalid encoding. Okay, so I need to figure out what encoding I'm using. I guess it's not RSA key pair. Maybe it's something else. It's not a key pair, that's the other thing. It's just a key, so is there another loader I should be using? That would be under what? It wants me to have it in a different format? Subject public key info, not RSA. What's this? Yeah, no. Oh, it wants me to have it in dir format. Okay, what if I don't? What if I want to read it out of PIM directly? Yeah, XKCD. You never heard of that? XKCD? Yeah, well, it's not a certificate. It's PEM file is just privacy enhanced mail. So I don't want to show it on stream, obviously, and but it's in text. It's you can read it as a text file because it's a format designed to be transmitted over email, right? So you can put it over into an email and not worry about it being screwed up by the email processing. But what's different between a certificate and a key is the header. So I can show you what a certificate looks like. And I can do better than that. I can show you what the test key is because I don't mind leaking that. So here is the certificate, right? It just says begin certificate, right? Now a key is also in PEM, but it's not a certificate. So here's the public key. It just says begin public key, but you can see how the format is. They're both PEM. They're just marked differently. And I think this is essentially like a base64 encoding of some kind of structure, ASN1 syntax, I don't remember. But yeah, it's a structure in there. So a certificate has got like different parts to it, right? And so a private key, I can show this because it's the test key, right? I gotta definitely double check that it is the test key. It's fine to show. Yeah, so it just says begin private key. So that's what we're reading, something like this into the script, into the program, and it doesn't like this format. So I don't think it supports PEM. It wants me to have it in dir form. So maybe there's a from PEM? That would be the best. Do we have RSA key pair from PEM? Where am I? I don't want to be in digest. I want to be in signature. I want to go to how come I'm in signature and I can't find RSA key pair? Do I need to go to structs? Yeah, here we go. RSA key pair. Do they have a from PEM? They have from PKS8. I don't remember if PKS8 is the same as PEM. Oh, it was right there? I'm sorry, I missed it. My eyes obviously didn't see that. But is this what I should be using? See, I don't want to convert them. This is the thing. I don't want to have to make another format just to satisfy Rust. I want to read the PEM directly. I don't think this is the right one. I think I need something to parse PEM files. You would think that there would be like, so what did I miss? Is there another crate I need? You know, that's okay. If we need another crate, that's fine. I was just hoping that this would be able to read PEM directly. Okay, we'll follow the lead from Bizarra. Thank you, Bizarra. So we probably need a PEM crate to do the PEM stuff. So let's look it up. PEM. It's fairly popular. Parse and encode PEM encoded data. Right. So let's just skip straight to the documentation. Yeah, exactly. That's the format we know it's in. So it's just PEM parse unwrap. And what is it? What's the output of parse? Where am I? I'm still getting used to how we navigate this stuff. Parse. Okay, we get a PEM object. And then what can we do with the... What is PEM? It's a struct. What can we do with it? I don't know. Contents. Okay. Is that it? I'm guessing that's the content. I guess we can give it a try. So hopefully the content of PEM encoded data goes straight into the from dir. I'm hoping. I could be wrong. Because they tell us basically to do that, right? ASN1 dir encoding. I don't know if this is actually going to work. We can give it a try. Does this talk about dir at all? Dir. Nope. Well, we can give it a try. So what do I want from this? I want PEM 08. Give us more practice resetting the language server, right? So PEM is 0.8, and then I'm going to run the restart language server. Or do I need to run the cargo run first? Or cargo build. I might have to do cargo build to bring in PEM. It's also bringing in regex with it. That's interesting. Okay, now restart the language server. Okay. So let's pull in PEM. So we're guessing that this is internal, and that outside we need PEM parse dot unwrap. And then that goes into, okay, so I need to swap some stuff around. So that goes there, and then this all goes into the fromder. Like that, right? So reading it from inside out, we're reading the file as a string of bytes and giving it to PEM parse, and then giving that to fromder. Let's see if it works. Nope. I need to do a dot. What was it? I was just looking at it. Contents. There's something still wrong with it. What is it? Oh, I need to get a reference to that? There we go. Okay, let's try it out. Nope, still invalid. Bummer. How do I get the dir format? Frustrating. So how did it work in Python? There was an import key and it just works with it. Just convert, how do I know? I don't know how to convert it to dir. That's an ASN1 format, right? Unless, this just says the binary contents. It doesn't say anything about DER. So let me look up DER. DER in the context of PEM. Oh, there we go. We should just look at this. How to convert. Okay. Well, there's the OpenSS tool will transform it. I don't want to have to be running an OpenSSL tool. I want to, how about we do PEM to dir Rust. PEM parser? Yeah, maybe. Hold on. Why are we getting to video results? That was weird. Okay. I suck at searching today. We're just going to follow what Patatas del Papa said. Oh, wait a minute. There's another thing from Ring. Signing and verifying with RSA PKCS. That's what we were just looking at, right? Yeah, we were just looking at that, 715209. This one expects it to be in dir format, and they say if it's not, you need to convert it. And this is what I don't want to do. I don't want to have to maintain my private key in this other format. I like to keep it in PEM format, so I can, just because it's a standard interchange format. This, I think, is silly. To have to do this just to satisfy Rust. We want to do this programmatically because every other language does it that way. So we're going to try out the, okay, there was 2 links to follow. Which one should I do first, PEM parser or RSA PEM? Let's do them in order. So let's take a look at PEM parser. Okay, that's updated 5 years ago with not too many downloads. It is a simple tool. But that makes me kind of uneasy that it's updated 5 years ago. Let's look at RSA PEM. 2 months ago, only downloaded 50 times though. I wonder if everyone just bites the bullet and makes dir files. Rust crypto. Wait a minute, is this even a crate? Hold on, what? This will be useless after the next release of the RSA crate, which have the, so maybe there's an RSA crate? Hold on. 10 lines of implementation. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Nucleon John, and hello, by the way. We're not. Okay, that's a pure Rust. So, okay, let me look at what Nucleon John just gave me. Let's evaluate what it is. Hold on, I should put this off stream first to make sure it's okay. It's 5 years old, but that's okay. Oh, this is in C++ though. No, I'm fooled. It's not C++, it's Rust. Why did it look like C++ to me? I don't know. Wait, it's using a regular expression to do it? Now that's hardcore. Do we want to do that? That's hardcore. That's like something the library should do for us, right? I guess we could do that. It's weird that the library doesn't support PEM files, though, don't you think? The fact that someone had to write that leads me to believe that most people just do what this documentation says and they just convert their keys into the right format. Rust Regix is one of the best, you believe, in terms of speed? Does it remove the new lines from the content? You would hope so. I think that's why there's a repetition to the pattern here, but I'm not sure. What about the latest version? I guess we could look at the latest version. I've been, holding back because it's alpha. So let's check it out. Now we're on the alpha. Maybe alpha's what I need. So where would we maybe find this? Here somewhere? RSA? Public key? Hold on. Still trying to get used to how we navigate this thing. Where's the from? Is this just different? They had a from dir. Where is it now? Okay, it's still there. How come we didn't see that before? Where is this that I didn't see it? It looks like they only support from PKCS8 and from dir. They don't support a from PEM, which is really weird. Can you do like a check and then decide if you convert or just take whatever is there? Like if dir, well, but I basically made a design decision that I'm going to handle all my keys in PEM format. So because mostly because both Python and OpenSSL support it already. Built in. And also it's a text format, right? The dir is not. It's a binary format. The issue is that my keys are in privacy enhanced mail format, PEM, and the Rust library here for importing a key only supports DER, which is an ASN.1 binary format, and PKCS8, which is another standard format. Neither of them are text formats, so they're not suitable for transmission over email. Unless you base 64 encode the whole dang thing, but that's what PEM does, so. Has impulse from dir and from PEM. Am I just blind and I'm not seeing it? From PEM. Or are we talking about something else? Oh, you're saying the native TLS supports it. Okay, we can look at that. Native TLS. All right, that's a pretty popular library. The thing that makes me uneasy, the purpose of this by its name seems to imply it's for transport layer security, not for me to be messing with keys, but who knows. Documentation. So there's a certificate. Does it only work with certificates, though? I need to struct certificate. Yeah, see, my PEM files are not certificates. They are keys. So this probably won't work because I'm not trying to load a certificate. I'm trying to load a private key. So it's a bummer because I want this from PEM. I want that over in the in Ring, but Ring doesn't have that. Ring has from Dur and from PKCS8. They don't have a from PEM. Bummer. So close. So we can get the PEM into memory, but there is a decoding that has to be done, and the best we could find so far is this regular expression. I guess we could do this. Let me see if I understand what the regular expression is doing. Is this just doing... What is this? Hold on. It's just doing a base 64 decoding. Can't we do the same thing? Wait a minute. Hold on. Isn't that what we're already doing with this PEM parse? So maybe the problem isn't that these are incompatible. Maybe there's just something wrong with the file, like we were talking about before, the new lines being different. I've run into that before where the tools can't deal with it if it's got extra new line or character return characters. I wonder if it's something like that. I can't show the friggin' key, though, because you guys would steal it from me. It's going to be hard to debug this. I could do it later after the stream. Literally what this says is ignore what kind of content it is. Reach in and look at every group of 4 hexadecimal digits, and then every 2 ending with 2 equals, or ending with 3 hexadecimal with 1 equals, and all of that is optional. And then match the end, and what we're pulling out of that group is the second match. So that would be this. We're pulling that out, and we're just replacing... Okay, this is maybe the key, right? Removing the new lines, and then we're just... From base 64 is where? That's something right here. Rust C serialize. So we're all... Okay. Base 64... That's what I'm assuming that this PEM parse does, but maybe I'm wrong. I'll make a test key. I have a test key. Yeah, I guess I could run it from the other directory. Yeah, okay, I can do that. It's just not going to connect to the... It's not going to pass the security challenge. So the idea is that I would run it from the test directory instead. So I have a key here. It's... No, I have to run it from the stage. Because I have the key there. That is the test key. Right? Because this is my local stage. I need to be doubly, triply sure that I don't leak anything. So if I run it from here... Hold on, let's make a copy of the one from secrets. 2 levels up, secrets, items rust, and I'll edit that. Stage, items rust. Because I just need to change the path, right? It's just from this... If we're running it in that directory, it's 1 level up and we're already there, so there. So items rust. Okay, so I need to change it. It's not Primus, it's a Candinal. Okay, cool. So now I can do a little bit more debugging, right? So I'm not afraid to actually print it out. Parse the contents of a PEM file and return the dir serialized byte slice. Yeah, PEM parser was... someone linked to that earlier. Was that you? Nucleon John did that, yes. That's what we were looking at, right? PEM parser RS. This one. It's a personal project that may eat my laundry. I don't want my laundry eaten. Yay! But that's what we were looking at, right? 01, I don't know what version this is. pem to dir. This one, right? And we're going to look at that. I have too many windows open. Okay, base 64, we don't need that one. Let's go to... just go to... just type it in here. Pem parser. There we go. Yeah, it's the same project, right? And... wait. Documentation, there we go. What happened to my... what happened to my dark mode? Why did this not need dark mode, but the other one did? Why is this... oh, what happened? What happened? It got popped out somehow. Pop that back in. Weird. Why is this not loading with the right style? I don't know. Is it that it's too old? Well, yeah, it is 5 years old. So yeah, that's what we were looking at here, right? This thing. That's literally what the implementation does. Yeah, okay. Let me close some of these things. This is Rust Crypto, which we're not using because it's really old, right? I don't need tungstenite right now. Okay. I think that there's just some problem with the new lines. Because that other one, what we found, the PEM, should just work, right? Yeah, see how this doesn't have any new lines in there? I bet it's just tripping up over the new lines. Actually, out of curiosity, what happens if I take that and put that literally in place of what we're using? Because I'm assuming that that is a valid key. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put it there. So go hacker mode here. So instead of actually reading the file, we're going to put in the string directly. Like that. Does that actually work? Too small. Interesting. Is that because there's a new line present? Why would it be too... what does too small mean? Too small. Eh? Okay, well I can put my real test key in there. Instead of reading it, I can copy paste it in there without the new lines. Maybe that's it. So I need to make sure I do the one on the stage. This one. We're on the stage, right? Okay. I think this is safe to show. Watch me leak like really bad stuff. Okay, so that's what's in there. And I think we gotta, actually, wait, hold on. Maybe the problem was, yeah, no, that's not the problem. I need to get rid of all the space here, so. You want to become an Android developer in the future? You want to move and work in Silicon Valley? Well, that's good. Good luck with that. Seems like PEMCrate already removes the new lines. Okay, so then I can at least play around with this and see why the heck it won't accept this. All right, I just did that badly. Let's just do it this way. Select all those lines and hit Alt-L. Then Home. And then just Shift, Control to the right and then left, and then delete. Okay, so obviously there are new lines all up in here, right? Let's see if it's a new line problem. Invalid last symbol. Invalid last... oh, because there's an extra new line there, right? Oh, no, it could be... it could be the new lines, right? So what if I get rid of the new lines? Can I... I'll just hack it in here. I will Alt-L and just hit the delete key. Now it's on one super long file. One super long line. right? Now it has no new lines in it. Invalid last symbol still. Well, bummer. Unless I mangled my key, it really doesn't like that encoding. Where is it actually failing? Maybe it's failing in the pem parse. So, hold on. Let's take that out. And we'll say, let key pem equal that. And then this is just, key pem contents. Build that. Line 75. Okay, so this is not even it's not even parsing correctly. So and if I do that, it's okay? I wonder if it was PEM that was having a problem the whole time. No, now it gets down to line 81, which is weird. I took the raw, I must have screwed up when I read the file in. Oh, is it because it wants a slice of bytes and I give it a string? Interesting. No, it should accept a string too. What did I do wrong with my key? Home, delete. The key. Did I not? Okay, stage admin private. Okay, grab that. Maybe it needs the new lines to be in there then. Why is it insisting on indenting it? That's annoying as hell. I don't want that indented. There we go. Oh, what happened here? Oops. We're trying to get that to happen. Okay, it's making it to line 133. Yeah, so we're still trying to get the PEM to be parsed as a dir. It's not making it there. It's saying that the encoding is invalid. So let me, now that I actually have it, let's do let's see what it looks like. So PEM is, oh, I need to take another break. Shoot. Suspend you for a little bit and key PEM. It's going to let me do that. Has to support the debug. Looks like it. Okay. Gave me a really long string of bytes. And it says that it is an invalid encoding. Okay. They can need to take a break. The only thing I can think of doing is going over to the Python and like having it dump out the PEM and seeing if it matches, the raw bytes match. So what that does over here, actually I don't even know if I can get to the decoded PEM here. Right, but my understanding was to go from PEM to a dir. My guess is that it's like this is showing, it's just base 64 decoding it, which is what PEM is already doing. Must provide a message for this reward. Yes, I do, because otherwise I won't see the hydrate. Thank you, null pointer reference. Hope you're okay with me doing Rust today, null pointer reference. There are no null pointers in Rust. But you're still welcome here in the channel. Yeah, if I understand this right, going from PEM to dir is just doing a base 64 decoding after you strip out the header and trailer, right? So I think that's what this, not this, I think that's what this PEM parse does. The problem is that the documentation isn't clear about it. They say PEM parse, or do they say this? It just says it parses it. What am I trying to say here? They don't say if it's DER or not. Did you notify Dale about? No, I haven't yet because I've been streaming the whole time. Displaying. Oh no. Oh, the reward thing. I think the status on that was it was a future feature that he would show that late. That he would add that at some point, but it's not in there yet. I think. Okay, I think I need to take a break because my brain is not working very well. Maybe, yeah, I know what it was. It was when you get back the structure, PEM, they say the contents is the binary contents of the PEM encoded data. So I was guessing that was dir, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I need to take a break. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. As soon as I can find my timer. There it is. I'll be right back. Ha! I'm back 3 seconds early. Yeah, so what Patatas del Papa was saying, if I was not so tired, I probably would have done that, but yeah, it's a good idea. As far as you know, a PEM file is just a base64 encoded dir file. Yeah, so I have some bug somewhere, I think. Yeah, that's what I think this PEM is supposed to be doing, but maybe it's just not working right. Yeah, I think it's also a little overkill too. It ought to just use the, just chopping up by lines, right? And go, but that's what those lines are for. They're supposed to delimit the base64 encoded part. So I think I'm going to do it Patatas del Papa said, which is to run the CLI tool and see if we get the same thing that this PEM crate does. So let me give you a point. Yeah, but I know mine doesn't. I know mine is a dir. Pretty sure. Pretty sure. We'll find out when we run the command line tool, right? So they suggest, I don't need this one, right? It's too bad that they have that, and I wish we had that directly. Where was I going to go to? Not in here, but in, go back. Yeah, here. I need the part that deals with, where is it? Keep going back. I need signature. And this talks to, here it is. So it's PEM and we need dir. So let's just run this in the correct directory in the stage here. Open SSL RSA in admin, not dummy, admin private inform PEM. I don't even think you need to say that. It just figures it out, right? Why do they say RSA public key out? I don't want the public key, I want the private key. And maybe that's the problem. Are they assuming that we're giving it a public and a private key? Well, that's to convert it if it is a public key. What if it's a private key? Maybe it doesn't support pulling in private keys and signing with them? I wonder if that's the problem. Am I using an API that assumes that there's a public key and it just doesn't accept a private key? This one does have private key path, which is weird. Why do they talk about private key, but then all the stuff here talks about public key? Yeah, this is different, right? This is if we want to get a public key dir. Let me just look up generically how we do this. Open SSL PEM to how about private key? Well, what if I just do PEM to dir? Sure, one of these. Looks like I've gone here before. Oh, I remember being here before a little bit ago. PEM to dir. It's in out form dir. That's all we need. Yeah, it's supposed to. It'll figure out what the input type is automatically. Yeah, out form dir, and then dash out, and then admin private key dot dir. Okay, so we got it. So now I'm going to open it in actually, no, I don't need to do that. I can just look at it here. Stage. Where are you, stage? Collapse everything. Find the stage. Here's the stage. There's the dir. Right. I can show hex dump. So here it is. Now, how does that match up what I saw in the output before? Run it again, I guess. Only problem is this is going to be decimal, and above there is hexadecimal. Oh, okay. 3 times 16, 48. That's 128 plus 2. It looks like it's correct, right? Third byte is 9, then 29 hex is 64 plus 9, which is, or 60, 32 plus 9. Actually, that's not right. Why does it say 67? That fourth byte is wrong. Isn't it? 20 hex would be, 30. Brain having trouble. There's this since November 2019 opened by the owner of the repository. Add support for PEM RSA private keys. Huh. Okay, but why am I having trouble converting 29 hex into decimal 67? That's just not right, is it? Programmer calculator. What is 67 decimal? 43. Okay, so that byte is wrong. It's 29 hex, which is 41 decimal, but I'm getting the wrong. So the decoding is not even correct. 1, 0. Yeah, that's 48 there instead of a 2. Yeah, it's all messed up. Well, shoot. It doesn't even match. It's interesting though, like that first byte does match. The first 2 bytes match. First 3 match. It's on the 4th byte that it was wrong, which is really weird. There's only one key in that file, so I mean, I guess we could see what the tag is. Actually, it just says it's his private key. I don't know. I wonder if I guess we could look at the source for the library, see what the heck it's doing. I can, the other thing is I could look at, we can just do the base 64 decoding ourselves, just the first few bytes, right? This is base 64, so I could take this and run it through a base 64 decoder, which I have a shortcut to. Somewhere here, base 64, here we go. So I want to decode, and I'm going to place it here. Did that just do it? It did. So there we have it there, and it's off the screen so you can't see it. There we go. Does that, okay, the 4th byte there is 43. Okay, so there is some conversion required because the dir file is different. Okay, so the PEM file is matching the base 64 decoding, but okay, so it's not exactly the same. The base 64 encoding is not dir. It's something else. Either that or I'm looking at 2 different files, and then I'll be really, really confused. Hold on. Wait a minute. Is that the same? Don't tell me it's a different key. Yeah, it's the same key. Just out of just so I don't trip myself up, let me remove this hard-coded key and make it read that file again. Run it from this directory, the stage. Okay, and then scroll back up. Yes, 67. That doesn't match. Wait. Yeah, so the dir is a different format. This base 64 is what we're getting out of the PEM tool. Right? 210, 30 hex, D69. Yeah, but that's different from this hex dump. Okay. It'll print out with hex? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. See, these are, interesting things to learn, right? So you're saying if I do an X here, let's try it out. Ooh, neato. Cool. Yeah, so it matches. This matches that. Yeah. Okay, so but the dir file is a different format. Okay, so it's what do I do about that? No, but it was an interesting thing to know about. It's nice for me to know about how to print with hex. So let me put that in my notebook. I'll give you a point. See, we're learning side things while we're trying to track down this issue. So how to print in hex is that, right? Okay, so, but I'm learning that the PEM contains a different encoding than dir. It's a base 64 encoding of something that's not exactly dir. So what is the difference? Maybe I just need to read about this a little bit more. So we can look at it in text. I've done this before. We can do OpenSSL. Where is it? Did I do it from another folder or something? Did I do it from here? I can't remember where I ran this command from. Oh, here it is. So I can just do in that and out, text out, right? Text no out. And we get the raw, this is the raw key, right? The prime numbers, the exponent, the modulus, right? This is how you would interpret it as a human. Basically, a private key is a couple different things, right? There's a modulus, there's a public exponent, and then there's a private exponent, and then there's two primes, two exponents, coefficient. So just very long numbers. One set public, another set private, right? So, but the encoding is different, I guess. All right. That PEM parser, is it doing anything other than 60? It's not. So this code isn't even doing the right thing, right? I don't even think this code is right. There's no issues, so we can't even see if someone's reported there being a problem. Maybe he ate my laundry already. That's the problem. Okay, I want to read more about dir PEM. PEM to dir. Output equals OpenSSL this. Yeah. Not really. It didn't help me. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say if Python's producing the same bytes because I'm actually not sure how to get the bytes of that stage out. So I read the PEM in and I pass it straight to crypto public key RSA import key, and then I get a key object that I don't know how to inspect, and we just use that with the signature algo to just say, go sign this digest, and we get a signature back out. So I don't know how to actually look at the contents of the key in Python. Yeah, it's all handled by this import key, which just auto-magically supports it. That is the RSA from crypto public key. Yeah. I really just want to know, even a lower layer, what's the difference? So, difference between dir and pem. This is not telling me at the lowest level, though. Okay, now we're going into key exchange theory, and then that's it. Okay, I don't like this one. Not good. What's the difference between them? That doesn't tell me either. Gosh, this sucks. What are the differences? Here we go. ASN.1 data representation language. So I think that's the thing is dir has this ASN.1 wrapper around the data, and the PEM is not in ASN1, it's in something else. Yeah, so maybe it's not dir encoded. I mean, this says it's confusing because they mix things like certificates and keys. They say an example is a X509v3 certificate would be dir, right? But we're doing a private key. It's probably not dir format. Dir code certificate always starts with the byte 30 hex, which is the tag encoding of ASN.1 sequence. If you're seeing a lot of repetition, it's okay. All right. That's just that we were getting a little flavor of the details, but that okay. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Should we go back to searching for crates? Pem de dir. Maybe maybe this old. Maybe I just need to look at something like this. Documentation. Instead of ring, look at RSA. Okay, what do I get with this? Yeah, it's sort of not a German word, although it, yeah. I'm tired. So can I like make one of these out of a PEM? It's from components from PKCS1, from PKCS8, from public key. Yeah, but there's nothing to import it. I have had to do this before, but I did not need to do this in Python. Where did I have to do that? I had to do that in JavaScript, I think. Yeah. I don't even remember the details. But yeah, if you knew the actual numbers, then you can just read them in that way. You know what we were seeing the difference was within the first few bytes, right? Okay. Maybe the difference is between one format and another. Because there's PKCS1 and there's PKCS8. Oh, that one says RSA, and this one says begin private key, which is what the format of our key matched, right? Where did I put it? This one. Begin private key, right? So that matches what they say here as PKCS8 encoded. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe I've just been doing the whole thing wrong from the beginning. I need to say that this is PKCS8. Was there something in here for that from PKCS8? There's a PKCS8 thing there. Yeah, maybe I'm just need to look at this. Maybe I need to consider that instead of doing from dir, I have to do from PKCS8. Because I saw that, right? Where did I see that? I'm having trouble navigating this stupid thing. I'm getting frustrated. So this is signature. So apparently there is a... Oh no, I need to go to RSA key pair. Got it. RSA key pair. From PKCS8. Okay. I think I need to do this one, not from dir. So I'm going to try that out. Go back to main RS and then say instead of from dir, we say from PKCS8. We're not going to bother printing this because I already verified that it matches the base64 decoding. Let's see if I get something different with this. Oh, that was it. Okay. Okay, so I was misled the whole time. It's not dir, it's PKCS8. All right. PKCS8, so that means I don't need this key PEM anymore, right? Or I can bury this in here. So the PEM parse really is just unwrapping it and base64 decoding it for us. So that's fine, we can do that. So we're reading the file, we're parsing it, and then we're expecting that it's PKCS8 format. Then we get a key back out. All right, and then let me make sure this doesn't actually print the key anymore. It didn't, right? It just said connect. It just couldn't connect to my server because I'm not running my server right now. Actually, I could run my server now. Why don't I? Well, yeah, why not? Why don't I just use the staging area? So that would be serve, right? Just run the game locally instead of running the one on the web. Excuse me. Let's see if it connects now. Unable to connect. Oh, I wonder if it's because it's well, that's interesting. It got a connection, but it never received anything from it. Hold on. It disconnected right away. Oh, I wonder if it's because of that. The sign. My server uses a self-signed certificate. That I remember I had to hack this. Do I bother doing that right now, or do I go back to the production server? In the Python, I had to hack it. So the way I hacked it was this way. If it's localhost, then I turn off the verify mode for the certificate. But that means I have to use a custom SSL context with the WebSockets. I don't know how to do that. Should I learn how to do that now, or should I just go back to the production server? I think I'd rather just go back to the production server. So go back to secrets and just run items rust again. And out of an abundance of caution, let me do this off screen. Yeah, okay, so it works. It authenticates. Production it is, yeah, because I'll have to come back and figure out how to do this in Rust also, but I don't feel like doing that right now. All right, got past the roadblock. I should update the current task too, right? We're not doing that anymore. So we are computing the answer required to the auth challenge in, well, this is too long of an explanation about the current task. How about porting Python to Rust? Computing auth challenge responses. Yeah, that's what we should say. PEM is privacy enhanced mail. So whenever you see a text that looks like it's base64 and it has the 5 dashes in front, this is PEM. But PEM is really just an envelope for what's inside. The problem I had was I misinterpreted it to think that it's DER format inside, but really it's PKCS8. And if you want to look those up, feel free, but they are just different encodings, right? DER is an ASN.1 format. I think PKCS number 8 also is, but they're just different ways of encoding binary structures, right? So fundamentally, the keys are encoded in binary, but then if you were to email a key, the privacy enhanced mail lets this go off on the wire. You could put this directly into an email, and it won't get corrupted because it's all ASCII text. It's not binary anymore. So it's essentially just a fancy base64 encoding of the binary with identifiers at the front saying what it is. That's all that privacy enhanced mail is. And we don't need that anymore because we're done looking at the keys, right? Isn't it slowly the time to take a longer break? Yeah, like a 72 hour break. I think what I'm going to do as a stopping point is I want to get to where it actually authenticates correctly. So that's doing the signature signing, the signing, and then the responding. If we can get all the way to logged in, then I'll be happy, and I'll call it a day. So this replaces just this part. Now we have to actually get a signature and sign that digest. So that's the next step. So now we're going back to Ring to figure out how to do that. So that was the documentation for signature here somewhere, right? I can't remember now. Where was it? Oh, it was here. Yeah. Okay, so now that we have a key, we can do this is signing, right? Why do we need a random number generator to sign? That's weird. That makes no sense to me. Why would you need a random number generator to sign something? I don't know. Anybody know why you might need a random number generator to sign something with a private key? That makes no sense to me. Maybe in the generic trait, signing might require a random number generator, and so they have it there even if it's not used. So anyway, it looks like it does the digesting for me. Oh, so I didn't need this digest thing. It's going to do the digesting for me. Okay, well, that's interesting. That's what I'm going to guess, though, that all they really need to do is take the key pair and tell it to sign. So that's admin self.admin private key sign. Padding algorithm. Why did they call it padding algorithm? Anyway, it's going to be the address of ring signature RSA or SHA. Okay, that's right. Oh no. They use P. This is different. It's PKCS. I need to say what we use. SHA-250. Which one do I pick? Let's pick this one. And I want to put this on different lines because I can't read it otherwise. Okay, and then we need a random number generator. We need the message, and we need a place to put the signature. So, and I need to produce, I'm just going to copy paste this. This looks boilerplate. So we need a place to we need a storage for the signature, and that depends on the modulus length of the private key. So the message itself is challenge, or is it digest? I can't remember. How did I do this? I think we're signing the digest, so I'm guessing it's that. And I don't know why I need a random number generator. I'm throwing this in there even though I don't think we need it. And we get rid of that, right? What am I doing wrong here? I need to do digest dot something, don't I? I need to do a slice out of that as ref. There we go. And then what's wrong with signature? It has to be mutable, right? Do I need a mutt? I do need a mutt. There we go. And is this standard rand? Don't know what crate that's in. I might need to pull that crate in, right? Oh, there's a ring rand. Okay. All right, there we go. That's the padding scheme, basically. So I need to make sure I use the same one that I was using in... Oh, there it is. I was using that. PKCS1 V15. So this might be different, right? Which one do you think? Actually, I don't know. I should probably just look that up. What is that from Python? That's this. Let me search, Google search that to see what we have, what it is. Actually, it's right here. Oh, really? It's legacy? The scheme is more properly RSA ES PKCS1 V15. Okay. But what are we doing for the padding? Oh, wait. The handle inputs that are not... So the input is a module of the key size, right? I did that on purpose. Didn't I? That's why I made a digest to begin with. And it happened to be SHA-256. So as long as I pick... So I'm guessing as long as I pick SHA-256 again, since the thing we're signing already is the same modulo size, it shouldn't need to pad it. So that should... Okay, so it shouldn't matter. So that is the we have the signature then here, and I need to do a base 64 encode of it. I ought to put these out into different sections. So this is hash the challenge using SHA-256. Then sign the hash. Oh, generate a signature for the hashed challenge using our admin private key. And then the last part would be actually this does two different things, right? Pull that out. The first step was to decode the challenge from base 64. And then this is encode the, what do I call it? The signature. Encode the signature in base 64. And then send the authentication answer. All right. 6 hours of Rust. Yeah, I am the beast. 6 hours is, you know, for someone who's a veteran streamer, I don't claim to be one, but veteran streamers can go 8, 10, 12 hours. No problem, right? CM Griffin goes regularly like beyond 8 hours. If you don't know who I'm talking about, the overlay above my head, made by CM Griffin, he's also using Rust, and he's doing Rust in the web. And he gave me both inspiration to learn Rust as well as links for if I ever want to use it in like WebAssembly or games or other places. Okay, so in code, I bet it's the same as the other way, right? So we're gonna have let or encoded signature is base 64 encode signature, right? Easy peasy, that's a string, and now I'm going to send the authentication answer. So we already did a send before, let me grab it. It was this one. All right, so I'm just gonna paste that right in here. So write a message, so we actually need the WebSocket this time. It's not private. To that WebSocket, we are writing, the answer is going to be auth response type. And signature is going to be encoded signature. So put that into JSON, and then into a string, and send that as a text message. If we get an error, we, okay, I don't need to do that, right? I just need to return an error. Actually, what's the return type here? Result. Result was error, right? So, but this is an empty result, so I just return error. Got it. So, return error. Right? Yep. 24-hour stream without breaks? That would be insane. Even Chris can't do 24 hours. He's gotten close, though. He's gotten like 21, 22 hours. But after a certain point, you need sleep. 3 hours of PEM versus DIR. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, what's the problem here? Can't borrow it as mute. Oh, yeah, we're mutating it. That we have to mark that. That means the signature of my function needs to be also a mute. And down here, we have to actually pass a mutable reference to the, where is it? I thought it would be down here. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, it's this right here, right? Mute. There we go. Cool. So then how do we know it worked? I guess we'll print something? I think in the original Python, we just went ahead after sending that, we immediately did our thing, our work. What if we just printed something? Success. Well, if we don't get disconnected right now, it means we successful. That's all. It's overlapping. It means we successfully authenticated. PogChamp. Dang it. My new keyboard. Sometimes it's painful. All right. Yeah, look at that ghost text. Look at that. What does it have a problem with here? Oh. Sign can return a problem? Really? Yeah, so we can just unwrap it. Okay. Cargo build. Cargo Clippy, by the way. I have to actually touch the source for that to do anything, right? Shoot, I have to get the full path now. Source, right? No. Find item source that, and then Cargo Clippy. Okay, cool. Should I try it? Here goes nothing. Let me do it in another window, just in case it spits out a sacred key all of a sudden. Nope, we got disconnected. Oh, wait. I know, we didn't get disconnected. It actually worked, but we did the stop too early. I need to actually not set the stop flag. Yeah. That we don't want. Because I want it to stay connected, and I want to see that it authenticated correctly. And in order to do that, I got to log into the backend and look at it. So hold on. Just out of abundance of caution, let me run that. Oh, I need to build this first. Build it. Run it. No, it got unexpected problem reading from WebSocket. On line 303. Would that mean that it, oh, there's a different error. What was the error? Huh. Can I actually print what the error was here? It wasn't a connection closed, it was something else. Hold on. Did I fix it? I fixed the signature thing. The private key importing thing. The bug all along was I was assuming it was DER format and it wasn't. It was actually PKCS8. That was the problem that I got stuck on for like an ungodly number of hours. Oh, we can see it if I did error. Or I can just put another handler here, right? I don't know, print ln or print ln. What's this? Whoops. Error, right? And then I don't need this one. I will need to do a panic at the end though. So are commas needed here or not? I think I'm going to put them in there even if they're not needed. Okay, because I'm dealing with my own secret key, I want to see it first before anyone else does. Connection reset without closing. So it must not be authenticating correctly. So I must be messing up something in the signature, in the signing. You love the DBG macro? Yeah, I haven't gotten familiar with that one yet. You can do arrow? But if I wanted to actually show that, I would need that there, right? Let me look at the server end to see what it's showing me there. So tail-f my log file. See what it's saying. So I'm going to run it again. Oh, that's interesting. I think it actually succeeded. It just had a problem reading. Or maybe my server's programmed to just disconnect people. Let me look and see. That would be in what, admin? .cpp? Auth admin? No, not there. Let's search for the string admin. Authentication. That's in the JS. I need it here, not there. This one. Right. So this is the C++ end of it. I don't need to see this anymore, so let's exit. Okay. Here's where it sends the auth challenge. It just generates a random token, and then I think I store it. Yeah. Is that what does generate random token do again? Right, it stores it in client admin challenge. And then encodes it. I guess this, where is it encoded? Oh, right. So we store it here and we also return its encoding there. because what this does is it does an RNG to generate it and does the base 64 encoding of it, right? So then we send the challenge, and then it's the auth response when it comes back, right? Let me find where that goes. That's the request. Where's the answer? Auth response. Auth response. Yep. So it goes in. That's the tests right here. Wait a minute. Oh, without the quotes. Duh. Because there'll be this register client message, full login not required. So it'll be it'll end up going into on, right, and it'll go into here. If it was empty, we would see this. If it's not valid, okay, I should have seen that. So wait. Let me mess up the key just to test it. So if I mess up the key, I should see that on the server side, and I wasn't seeing that, which is weird. It shouldn't disconnect me like it is. It might not be disconnecting me. It might be a bug on the client end. So let me make sure it's screwed up. So I'll screw it up on purpose. So tail okay, and then how best to screw it up purposefully? I guess we would just mutate the signature in place. So we would say something like signature 0 equals 255 or something. Just build that. So that'll ruin the signature, right? And then just run it again. I didn't see it. It didn't even wait for an authentication. Why am I getting a connection reset without closing handshake? What if I don't send the auth response at all? That is here. Let's comment this out. Yeah, unused, I know. I know it's unused. Okay, so it's connected. Now what happens if I time out? So it does have something to do with sending that message. So maybe my server end is just not logging that message correctly. I'm waiting for it to time out. Okay, yeah, it timed out, right? Right. Authentication timeout. It got that. Okay. I'm wondering if... Oh, wait. I know why this is not happening. Because this other bug that I never fixed. It just returns early... No, that's not it. It goes into here, and there's no player number. So it never goes into this if. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I'm never going to see the error message if it was a bad authentication. I should just assume it is bad. So I'm doing something wrong when I'm doing the signing here. I'm wondering if I... don't put the digest, maybe I just put the challenge directly in here. That's my guess. Did you manage to figure out the method lookup table? Yeah. So Romania, hey, welcome back. The message dispatch table, I'm keeping it dynamic now, but I could make it static. So the dynamic version is we have a hash map here. From string to this handler type alias, which is really just a pointer to a function in the context. So that we can, when we build our context, I can insert directly in there the that when we receive this type of message that we call this function, which is where we're doing all the work right now. That's if it's dynamic. I also have in the commented out sections like how I would do it if instead of a function pointer, I used closures instead. And then I also have commented out how I would do it if it was using other structures to do the handling. We would do box, something that implements a handler trait, which looks like that. And here's an example of a handler for that implements that trait for that same message. So I have all that in there just because it was good learning. So either way, we always are going to insert into that hash map. So if it's a pointer to function, it's just that. It's pretty simple. If it was a closure, it would just be something like that, where we would close on the context. And if we had our own dedicated handler object, we would just do that. That's what you thought about in the beginning? Yeah, it just took me a while for my brain to wrap around it and have it all sink in. And the static way is to have a match. So like this. Actually, that's not the right place. That's not it. Right here is to just have a static match on the message type, where we have one line here for every type of message. But this is static, right? The table is encoded as part of the match arms. We can't change it at runtime. I left it runtime changeable, so to speak. Like at any time, if we wanted to, we could call this, where was it? This context handlers insert and add a new handler, or we can remove a handler if we wanted to, just because it matches better what I had in the Python, just while I'm still learning. Hi, Anakin Luke. I'm streaming for a long time today. How are you doing today? I'm actually losing my voice. Maybe change any print line to debug and see what happens. I know actually what it does. I'm worried about accidentally printing out keys and stuff like that. I'm super paranoid about it, so I kind of don't want to do too much debug printing. Yeah, 6 hours. Trying to get through this. Doing a lot of learning. And I'm having fun, too. Rust is fun. We're even enabled the ghost text, see? It's text I can't even get into my clipboard. I try, but it's not there. There's no ghost. It's a ghost. Boo! Scary. So a couple things that might be wrong are, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we're supposed to let it construct the digest for me? Let me try that out. So the idea is that maybe the challenge goes in there directly. Hold on. I need to copy that. So maybe the challenge goes directly as the message instead of the digest. So it's going to warn me that I'm not using the digest, which is fine. Let me try this out. That was it. We are authenticated as an admin into the game. First try. Oh, actually, second try, right? Let me make sure that that's what the game is saying on the server side. It says admin identified. There we go. We're in. We are in, chat. Adam Hack. You can actually see it's getting messages back out. Whenever a VIP or above chats in the channel, it's going to say received unrecognized chat message. So if we want to play around, we could add a handler for chat message. Would you like me to do that? I would like to do that. Let's do it. I first want to check this in, though. So what did we do here? We brought in... I probably don't need to take this one because I installed something and then uninstalled it, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, didn't I change cargo.toml to pull in pem? Oh, I pulled it in and I checked it in before I built. Right? Or is this a bunch of dependencies I don't need? I don't remember. What happens if I throw away the lock and I just run cargo build again? How to fix the PEM stuff? Would you like to know? I can tell you. Remember a couple hours ago when I assumed that the PEM file contained a DER? It wasn't a DER. It was a PKCS number 8. So I had the wrong... I had assumed the wrong format was inside that key file. It's actually PKCS 8, not DER. So I was... Once I changed that to that, it just started working. And the clue was that Patatas del Papa said, why don't you convert it to DER and compare and see what you get out of the parse and what I get out from the dir2, and they were different. So I'm like, ooh, they're different. They're not, the encodings aren't the same. Hey, I wonder if it's PKCS 8. Oh, look, now it works. So that took what, 2 or 3 hours? I wonder how many viewers stopped watching me out of frustration. Why doesn't he just try PKCS number 8? Anyway, yeah, we got past that, and then the second thing just now, the second roadblock, I got past faster, which is that whereas in Python I had to do the digest myself for the signature, in Rust I don't have to do that. Instead, we just tell it what algorithm to use, and I don't know why, but it needs a random number generator. We never needed that in Python. And to my understanding, this is signing something is totally predictable, and so it probably doesn't even need that. I have no idea why you'd use that. Anyway, so I actually don't need to hash it at all. So actually, I should just remove that. I don't need that at all. Let's just build that. And I'll refresh that. And so yeah, we're actually able to have it log in to the game as admin now. Okay, so a couple changes there. We're actually using the WebSocket to talk back. We're holding on to the admin private key, which we read from PKCS8. Okay, so let's include all this stuff. I want to actually remember to fix the CRLF mismatch there. Okay, so this is work in progress. Can I just repeat the last check-in? Yeah. So, add import of admin private key. Respond to authentication challenge. And that's essentially all I did, right? Yeah, get the key. We take the challenge and we respond to it. Oh, I can remove that little bit there. That's because I didn't understand what was going on. It really was being closed abruptly, right? Oh, no. There's something still wrong here. We're not getting connection closed. We're getting a different error. I need to find out which error it is. You know nothing about Rust? So why am I rewriting it in Rust? I have a command to explain that. Why Rust? Mostly because people have been asking me what I think about it or suggest I learn it. That's really the only reason I am looking at Rust, but the more I look into it, the more I like it. According to Sidebar, Tim Bodette overtook me with just 48 viewers. Maybe it's indeed time to stop. Yeah, we can just raid Tim. I'm getting tired too. Does Cargo update the lock file? I don't know, but I think Cargo Run does. The lock file guarantees that you always get the same exact version. Yeah. You said you want to drop Python. Well, I'm only using Python for these CLI tools, and I actually have a lot of struggle whenever I have to go back and work on the Python tools because I don't work on it enough. And I don't know. I've been liking Rust a lot though. Still streaming, yep. Let me figure that out in a bit. I'll just check it in as is. I'll put in here until I learn what exact error we get from tungstenite. Tungstenite when the WebSocket is closed unexpectedly. Just catch all errors. And debug print them. And then I commented out the panic for now. Since there should be no unexpected problem, we need to catch it, right? Maybe that's what I end up going with permanently. We just format the error, and we say unexpected problem reading from WebSocket and just print out the error. That probably would be a better idea, right? Because we know connection closed is it's not abruptly either. It should just be connection closed, which the server will never do in my game. My game, the client is usually in charge of that. If the server disconnects, you get just rudely disconnected. Commit. Push that. Okay, so I wanted to do one more thing, right? What was it? What was it? Oh, I wanted to have it print out the chat messages just for fun. So I'm going to add another handler. We're just going to add it here, right? Context.handlers.insert chat. and that is context on chat. And then where we have on auth challenge, we're going to have on chat. So, you know, I just noticed there's no folding in the editor right now. I'm used to being able to... oh, there's a folding. Never mind. So we can fold. Okay, this is on chat. Now I have to remember what the chat messages look like. This will be fun because it's interactive. People, VIPs and above, can interact with this. So it's going to be line. All right. So then what I want from here is to extract the line. So let line be a reference to the message line. And we'll just do a print line. Chat said this. Chat had this to say. Line. And we want to print that like that, right? And then I have to return OK. All right, that's it. I thought that was it. What am I missing? Oh, did I forget the syntax up there? I did. That needs a comma. Or a semicolon. Yeah. Semicolon. It didn't like that because it needs to be owned. So, to owned. Those weird things that you have to do in Rust that you don't have to do in other languages. You have to say, here, have an owned copy of that string. And actually, we're opting into making a copy of it to store into the map. Okay, here we go. Over here. Okay, successfully authenticated, PogChamp. Now we have to have someone say something. Hello, chat. There we go. Anybody else want to see their chat show up in my window? You have to be VIP and above, though. Sorry, Patatas del Papa. There we go. Metal Storm said something. It's working. Anakin Luke, sorry you're not on VIP. I can make you one. How many VIP slots do I have, by the way? Hold on, let me check. That is under... It's not under community like you think it would be. I think it's under content, no? I can never remember this. Maybe it is community. Hold on. I can never remember where I put this junk. Okay, yeah, it is under community. How many slots do I have left? How do I tell? Add? There's no way for me to tell how many slots I have left. I guess I can just try to add people. VIP Anakin Luke. There we go. I don't know if it worked. VIP gives you right now the ability for your chat to show up in my program. That's basically it. Also, I think if I had auto mod on, it would be less restrictive. There you go. Now Anakin Luke shows up. I usually just give VIP slots out to people who are regulars of the channel. So, like, sorry, Patatas del Papa. Maybe, yeah, maybe later. I'm really protective about those VIP slots. I usually hand them out to people who are here a lot. Twitch chat lagged. It just now displayed null pointer references message. Huh. Interesting. Okay, cool. I'm going to check this in. Well, qualifies as a lot? I don't know. You'd probably qualify. I had to, if I run out of slots, then I have a problem where, like, who do I give it to, you know? And I thought there was a way you can tell how many slots you had left, but I don't see where it is now. I don't even see a way to change stuff here. It's like locked. I had to hit cancel, that's why. Okay. Oh, okay, I found it. I have 5 free slots. I have 60 total. All right. Did I go to college for computer science? Yeah, but I didn't learn much. Mostly, what I learned at college was subjects that are sort of off to the side of computer science. Like I did electrical engineering also, and just like the humanities and other things. Bottle of whiskey time. I think it's time for me to wrap up the stream. Cheers, fool. You remember my first stream? That's why you're a VIP. You've been around since the beginning. Yeah, in Twitch they have a weird way of showing it. I have to go to Roles Manager under Community, and I have to click the plus button next to someone's name, where it lists the roles, and then next to VIP it says 55 out of 60. So if I were to hand out 5 more, who would they go to? Who doesn't already have it? Probably the people who have been helping me out a lot today, like Patatas del Papa and Vizara and Man and 2 more. Who to give the last 2 coveted slots to? I don't know. Maybe I should leave 2 just in case I need them. Oh, Prof Elements doesn't have one. Now you do, Prof Elements. Yeah, we're auctioning off the VIP slots. I have 1 left. I think. Although, I guess I have to refresh. I don't see a live view of the number of VIP slots. Oh, no, I can't add any more. I've reached the maximum. Okay. I hit the maximum. Did Prof Elements get it? Yeah, Prof Elements got the last slot. Okay. Alright, so I think I'll just leave this running then, and you guys can continue to see your VIP chat while I raid somebody. Soak and drink in them VIPs. Cheers, Prof Elements. And what I can do, Patatas, is I can, if I need another slot, I'll rotate people out. So there are people that like come and go. Like if someone is in my VIP slots and I haven't seen them in like a year, I'll probably just, you know, silently slide them off the list. Add them back if they come back. That's how VIPs work, right? You want to reward your regulars, the people who help out a lot. So you guys have been helping out a lot today. Where's the beast? I don't know. I can't pet the cat because no cat. Cat not present. Null reference to cat. I'll redeem your points for you. Let's do another hydrate. And I need to go find someone to raid. That's why I'm looking off to the side here, by the way. If you're wondering why am I doing that. Silently purge them. It's more like they get slid off the list and we put them back on later. I did empty the glass. It's all empty. I think it's going to be whiskey time. Who do we raid? We could raid someone who's I know is already drinking whiskey and who is doing Rust and has 152 viewers. We can boost their numbers even more. How would we like to see Rust in a web dev environment? That sounds perfect to me. Plus, I always like to hang out in his channel anyway. I'm a moderator in his channel. He's a cool guy. We're going to be raiding Mr. Sir himself, Chris Griffin. He is my guru when it comes to web dev. He is using Rust right now in the web. Pour the whiskey with some hearty vigor. I will. Definitely. Fool's like, I wonder who that is. So he's got a ton of viewers already. Let's pile them on. It'll be a party. Sounds good to me. I wonder if he got raided by Adam earlier. I bet you he got raided by Adam. Okay, so we're going to raid CM Griffin. Hope you guys have an awesome weekend. You're really going to enjoy Chris's channel. Just a warning, it's a mature audience. He does legally smoke marijuana, and he's drinking whiskey, but he's doing Rust in the web, so that's always fun to see, I think. So anyway, take it easy. I'll see you guys later. See you. Have a great weekend. Thank you for all the help. Bye, 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 bye.